ndio mashaki juani tuko si tunapiga maraundi biashara mkonania tuhitaji makundi kila mola inapita tunatia ndani ya mfuko tunaishi leo kesho ni mbali kuko kutoka Islando hadi kule namba 8 mistari ni moto hebu piga mtu afahamu hakuna kulala mpaka keleweke kwenye hii jiji
Singa Dan Baba
leo ni leo hamna hofu au hofu pesa mkononi tunasherehekea mtaa mzima sasa unatutambua kila leo kajuu sote pamoja pesa mkononi tunasherehekea mtaa mzima sasa unatutambua piga kelele kajuu sote pamoja toka chini hadi kilele nenze inyo maisha tunayopenda wenyewe hakuna wa kutuzuia tukidai chapa vizonzo vyale tunazidi tu hapa kila kona ya mitaa tunajulikana kwa bidii na nguvu tumekapa sheni lugha asili ya mtaa tunaangaza kila mahali kama nyota inang'aa kama unajua mchaka kila asubuhi ni ndio kufuata baraka hapa kwetu maishani bali ya kweli lakini msupa anajua sisi ni masekeli kutoka asubuhi mpaka jua linazama kwenye fuko chapa zinapiga ngoma sisi ndio wenye mji na siri ya mitaa tukipita kila mtu anabaki anashangaa maji yameshapita chini ya daraja tuko hapa sasa tunadai tusoko kaja usilete uteuli mbele ya mwenye mji ila senti tunapata ni kwa ajili ya mlo na kuji tushereheke mafanikio kila kitu kipo sawa hakuna video
Hello Bunge dola Hello
mzima sasa unatutambua piga kelele ukajuu sote pamoja pesa mkononi tunasherehekea mzima sasa unatutambua piga kelele ukajuu sote pamoja yeah
There we go.
Wow, pesa mkononi tunasherehekea mzima sasa unatutambua kajuu sote pamoja pesa mkononi tunasherehekea mzima sasa unatutambua piga kelele kajuu sote pamoja
Leo ni kumoto Patrick habari yako Delight Richard Maina Bravo weka mkono juu piga makofi Yo sasa This song is called Nairobi Vibes Nairobi Vibes Let me get some coffee
hadi kule namba 8 mistari moto hebu kiwafahamu hakuna kulala mpaka kieleweke kwenye hii jiji mtaja hawezi baki peke weka mkono juu piga makofi leo ni leo hamna hofu au hofu pesa mkononi tunasherehekea mtaa mzima sasa unatutambua piga kelele ruka sote pamoja pesa mkononi tunasherehekea mtaa mzima sasa unatutambua piga kelele ruka sote pamoja toka chini hadi kileleni mzee hii ndio maisha tunayopenda wenyewe hakuna wa kutuzuia tukidai chapa hizo vidala tunazidi tu hapa kila kona ya mitaa tunajulikana kwa bidii na nguvu jari tumekataa sheni lugha asili ya mtaa tunaweza kila mahali kama nyota inang'aa kama unajua mchaka kila asubuhi ni mbio kufuata baraka hapa ghetto maisha ni kali na kweli lakini mtupa najua sisi ni masekeli kutoka asubuhi mpaka jali nazama kwenye fuko chapa zinapiga ngoma sisi ndio wenye jina siri ya mitaa tukipita kila mtu anabakia na shamba maji yameshapita chini ya daraja tuko hapa sasa tunadai tuzoko
hapo sasa
kiasi kinapata ni kwa ajili ya mnona kuchi ino glasi yako tushereheke mafanikio kila kitu kipo sawa hakuna vile kama mchutu kama kofi leo ni leo hamna hofu au hofu pesa mkononi tunasherehekea mzima sasa unatutambua
habari Umanyi and Captain and Patrick and Ryo and Donaine Honorable Joanne Karaoke Ukaramutu John karaoke. Do you like men of a certain age? Joan karaoke. Charles Luku. Habari bwana. Habari sana. Shanti. Leo ni ile siku. Today is that day. Today is that day. That day is today. That day is today. Sinimi na kushow. It is me showing you.
Kama hilo ni raba chafu kwa vumbi, tunasaka du hatujali hii dumbi. Mtani mrefu na milima ni ngumu, lakini mfuko lazima upeu na dumu. Magoti yamechubuka tunasita na lami, utafuta chapa mbele ya hawa mahami. Nairobi yetu na jasho ni haki, kwenye hii game sisi ndio mashaki. Twende tuko fite tunapiga maraundi, biashara mkononi hatuhitaji makundi. Kila mula inapika tunatia ndani ya mfuko, tunaishi leo kesho ni mali kuko. Kutoka Islando hadi kule na banane, mistari ni moto hemu kila mtu afahamu. Hakuna kulala mpaka keleweke, kwenye hii jiji njanja hawezi baki peke.
Leo ni leo.
Toka chini hadi kileleni mzee, hii ndio maisha tunayopenda wenyewe. Hakuna wakutuzue tukidai chapa, finalia tunazidi twapa. Kila kona ya mitaa tunajulikana, kwa bidii na nguvu njaa tumekata. Sheni duka asili ya mtaa, tunangaza kila mahali kama nyota ina ana.
Can you see my top of my head?
Unajua mchaka mchaka, kila asubuhi ni ndo kufata.
YouTube people, can you see the top of my head? YouTube people, can you see the top of my head? Something is not right with my thingy here. YouTube people, can you see the top of my head? Ay. Something is not right. Something is not right, and I don't know what it is. There. Okay, thank you, Karanja Edwin.
Even now,
asubuhi mpaka jua linazama,
kwenye mfuko chapa zinapiga ngoma. Sisi ndio wenye mjina siri ya mitaa, tukipita kila mtu anabaki anashanga.
Right now, it's too close. Sampiripiri, CBS, Popcorn, no. Nyambura Munyi. Nyambura Munyi. Nyambura Munyi. Kuna mtu. Nyambura Munyi, do you have people? Uko na mtu? They like Mera. This song compilation is called Nairobi Vibes. Heaven por Papa Dios. People who are on YouTube, you can see the title of the live today. The gentleman from episode 49 is joining us shortly. If you remember him and his story, I think the episode is titled, I Almost Wedded My Obnoxious Girlfriend. We are going to have a part 2 of that story. I wanted so much to meet him when I was in Kenya in December, but it did not work. The next time I'm going to Kenya, he is the only one on the schedule of the people I'm meeting. Well, maybe him and Mwaf, Ikonini, things like that. But He is joining us shortly. He is a very, very, very intelligent young man. He is winning big in the continent of Africa. He is dotting all the countries of Africa, doing great things. Very, very, very talented young guy. He was this close to getting courted by a woman who is older than he is, with one abortion that he knows of under her belt.
Nairobi vibes. Mtani mrefu na milima ni ngumu, lakini tuko lazima unadumu. Magoti yamechubuka tunaseta malami, tutafuta chapa mbele ya hawa mahami. Nairobi ni yetu, ya jasho ni haki. Kwenye hii game sisi ndio mashaki. Twani tuko situ na kundi, biashara mkononi hatuhitaji makundi.
Are you from my village, Gogo? Are you the one from my village? Maina Maish. Pretty leader. How do I know you are pretty? How do I know you are pretty leader? How do I know? Top kitchen. Salome Modoni, where are you? Are you in the USA? Hii ndio maisha tumependa wenyewe, hakuna wakutuzuia tukidai chapa. Vizuzu vinaya kuna siditu hapa, kila kona mitaa tunajulikana. Wapikina nguvu nda tumekata, shengi lugha asilia. Here, I'm going to repeat the song. I want to say something. These Nairobi vibes, I chose 3 distinctive accents for the songs, several of them. The Swahili ones, the story is not being given by a Kenyan. The story is being given by an immigrant from Burundi. Because the immigrants in Kenya are just like the immigrants in America, the migrants in Dubai, the migrants in Allahu Akbar countries. They work hard, they follow the rules, they work, they live a straight line, but ikijipea, they have sherehe. So you're going to notice the accents are off because it's a mix of the Tanzanians. There are very few of them, but majority of them are Burundians. Probably Rwandese, but not too much. And now this is their own story of giving the Nairobi story, the Nairobi vibes. This English one is 2 different distinctions. It's a very refined West African accent, giving their own version of life when they are doing sherehe in Kilimani. If I didn't explain this, you wouldn't catch it. It's not conspicuous. And then there is the other version of a quintessential white boy having fun at a place like Alchemist in Parklands. When the two white distinctions come up, I will let you know. But this one here is a story of an immigrant from Burundi who has made Nairobi home, works and walks a straight line, and then when he makes the money, you hear them saying, but the language is very quick. They don't take plastic. They like it fari. They like it cash. If you pay attention, that lingo right there, it's of an immigrant in Nairobi. Okay, one more time. Salome, my number is at the top. Wacha kuniokota hapa. Naomi, my love. Naomi, my love. Naomi, I know right now you are smiling. You are so happy. With your beautiful titties.
Hatuhitaji makundi, kila mola inapita tunatia ndani ya mfuko. Tunaishi leo, kesho ni mbali kuko. Kutoka Islando hadi kule Nambana, na mistari ni moto hebu kila kafahamu. Hakuna kulala mpaka keleweke.
Naomi,
jiji mjanja hawezi baki peke. Weka mkono tupiga makofi, leo ni leo. Hamna hofu wao.
Anwambui.
Mkononi tunasherehekea.
Ikuyu girls. Jerry Mburu. Ikuyu girls. Johnny Kaleli Rocky One Gosi.
Hakuna wakutuzuia tukidai chapa. Kizuzu vinaya kuna ziditu hapa. Kila kona mitaa tunajulikana. Kwa bidii na nguvu njaa tumekata. Shengi lugha asilia mtaa. Tunanasa kila mahali kama nyota inang'aa. Nipetano kama wajua mchaka. Kila asubuhi ni mbio kufuata baraka. Hapa ketu maisha ni kali na kweli. Lakini mfupana jua sisi ni masekeli. Kutoka asubuhi paka jua linazama. Wenye mfuko chapa zinapiga ngoma. Sisi ndio wenye mji na siri ya mita. Tukipita kila mtu anabaki anashanga. Maji ameshapita chini ya daraja. Tuko hapa sasa kwa haja. Usilendo leo ni mbele ya wenye mji. Kila senti tunapapa ni kwa ajili ya mno na kujiinua dasi yako tushereheke mafanikio. Kila kitu kipo sawa, hakuna vile mkono tupiga makofi, leo ni leo.
Karaja Edwin, asante sana. Get the likes up. Go to YouTube. Get those likes up. Bravo. If you are in North America, Mr. Maritime, if you are in North America, yes, but you still pay Kibe. I don't have any form of accepting money. Just pay Kibe, give him his address, give him your address. I just came from the post office right now to sell some books all the way to Canada, Colorado. It was Arubata, Colorado, Federal Way, and some other few places I cannot remember. Just pay Kibe, give him his address. He is going to send me the details. I will personally walk to the post office and send you the book. And thank you so much. The books are with me. So directory means yes, I'm the one who is going to send the books to you directly. All right, next song. Charlie, keep it up. Nairobi Kima Wajiru Aristil Joroge Esamene Anonymous Mutai Kobe tunaishi leo kesho ni mbali kuko kutoka Islando hadi kule namba 8 mistari ni moto hebu kila mtu afahamu hakuna kulala mpaka kieleweke kwenye hii jiji mjanja hawezi baki peke eka mkono mjuu piga makofi leo ni leo that's the story pesa mkono ni tunasherehekea mtanzima sasa unatutambua tukajuu sote pamoja mkono tunasherehekea mtanzima sasa unatutambua piga kelele ruka juu sote pamoja toka chini hadi kileleni mzee hii ndio maisha tunayopenda wenyewe hakuna wakutuzuia tukidajapa vizuzu vinali tunazidi tu hapa kila kona ya mitaa tunajulikana kwa bidii na nguvu nja tumekata tunazidi tu hapa kila kona ya mitaa tunajulikana toka moja toka chini hadi kileleni mzee hii ndio maisha tunayopenda wenyewe hakuna wakutuzuia tukidajapa vizuzu vinali tunazidi tu hapa. Hii ndio maisha tunayoitaka sasa. Hakuna wa kutuzuia. Alafu wanataja mazuzu. It's because they have come to the country, to the city, to take the jobs that the Gen Zs do not want to do. But because they are using their lingo, it's very, very coded. You have to listen carefully.
Hii ndio maisha tunayopenda wenyewe, hakuna wakutuzuia tukidajapa, vizuzu vinali hatuna ziliku hapa. Kila kona ya mitaa tunajulikana, kwa bidii na nguvu nja tumekata. Shank ni lugha asili ya mtaa, tunangaza kila mahali kama nyota inagaa. Nipetano kama unajua mchaka, kila asubuhi ni ndio kufuata baraka. Hapa ghetto waisha ni kariga kweli, lakini msupa anajua sisi ni masekeli. Kutoka asubuhi mpaka jua linazama, kwenye mvuko chapa zinapika ngoma. Sisi ndio wenye mji na siri ya mitaa, tukipita kila mtu anabakia mesha. Maji yamesha pita chini ya daraja, tuko hapa sasa tunadai tuzo haja. Usilete ujeuri mbele ya wenye mji, kila senti tunapata ni kwa ajili ya mlo na kuji. Ina glasi yako tushereke mafanikio, kila kitu kipo sawa, hakuna vile yono. Tupiga makofi leo ni leo, hamna hofu, pesa kono tunasherehekea. Dansi masasa unatutambua, piga kelele, tuka juu sote pamoja, helele, hata juu sote pamoja, mkono. Tupiga makofi leo ni leo, hamna hofu, pesa kono tunasherehekea. Dansi masasa unatutambua, piga kelele, tuka juu sote pamoja, helele, hata juu sote pamoja.
I'm just reminded by that song. That song just reminded me of a Burundian guy that I met in Dagoretti Corner. He's not.
Yeah. Back in the dust where the concrete is broken, born in the smoke where the truth goes unspoken. Straight out of Cayole, the kingdom of scars. Looking at planes while we sleep under stars. The shadow of Rivera is part of my skin. Started with nothing but hunger within. At the rate of valley, but spirits ignite. We grind in the trenches to conquer the light. So weather was breathing through holes in the walls. Standing so tall, never willing to fall. My tongue is a weapon, the fire so fast. Forget about silence, forget about past. Make sure we are speaking the code of the block. The pulse of the city is ticking like clock. Counting the paper and chasing the stack. Once we are moving, we never look back.
Yes. Yes, bravo. You nailed it. That's what it is. And they are so happy to be usable in Nairobi. Yes.
Open the bottles and ask for some more. They sitting screaming our name in the street.
Shakuya.
Mountain and feeling the heat. We get the honey, we level the score. Open the bottles and ask for some more. They sitting screaming our name in the street. Moving the mountain and feeling the heat. We get the money, we level the score. Open the bottles and ask for some more.
We get the money, we level the score.
Moving the mountain and feeling the heat. We get the money, we
Moving the mountain and feeling the heat.
Open the bottles and ask for some more.
Open the bottles.
Screaming our name in the street. Moving the mountain and feeling the heat. Raise up your voice for the brothers who fell. Turning this heaven right out of this hell. Yeah, we represent for the slums of the stray. Changing the game in a massive new way. The hustlers are ready,
Strong
the soldiers
song.
are
Very,
out.
very
Give
strong
them a
song.
reason to holler and shout.
Very
From the east
beautiful.
to the south where the energy flows. This is the power that everyone knows. I walk through Nairobi with gold on my chest. A boy from the ghetto is beating the best. The system was rigid, but I am the flame. Adding respect to the way that my name. English and Swahili are fused in my soul. Taking the lead and I grab the control. No more excuses and no more delays. The sun is finally hitting my face. Rivera is dancing, so Weto is proud. Peeking my heavy thoughts over the crowd. Money is calling, I pick up the line. Everything shiny is destined to slime. Pavement is hot, but my heart is so cold. Telling the stories that need to be told. Coyote is watching me climb to the top. Once I start moving, I never can stop. My Kyrie is chanting the anthem of gain, washing away all the struggle and pain. The king of the jungle is back for his crown. I am the reason they never stay down. We give the money, we level the score. Open the bottles and ask for some more. Sitting and screaming, I aim in the street. Moving the mountain and feeling the heat. We level the score.
That was a good one.
And ask for some more.
Yep.
Sitting and screaming, I aim in the street. Moving the mountain and feeling the heat. We get the money, we level the score. Open the bottles and ask for some more. niggas screaming my name in the street. Moving the mountain and feeling the heat. We get the money, we left for the door. Open the bottles and ask for some more.
Where? Yo sasa.
Coyote concrete rising with the sun bleeds black. So Etoani's pushing back, no turning back. My tire dust on my sneakers, but my soul stays gold. Keep it a labyrinth with stories never told. Straight from the trenches where the hunger feeds the fire. Climbing up the wreckage, reaching for the wire. Nairobi heartbeat, drumming through the broken glass. Connecting every shackle just to watch them pass. Money on my mind, moving heavy in the night. Shadows in the valley, dodging every blinking light. I represent the gutter with the lotus from his breath. Escaping every cycle, dancing close to sudden death. Listen to the friction as the metal meets the bone. Building up a kingdom on a jagged little stone. Counting out the paper till my fingers start to ache. Giving everything it takes for the riches we will make. Stacking up the shillings till they reach the heavy clouds. Walking through the chaos, screaming over all the crowds. From the 10 over 10 to the corner store grind. Keeping all the misery and the poverty behind. Fresh out the mud with the diamond polished scheme. Chasing down my treasure like a frantic waking dream. I'm getting hot, but my spirit stays freezing. Every single blessing is a season, no teasing. Money in the pocket, spirits flying to the sky. Now we see the kingpins, never asking why. We elevate the struggle, turn the gravel into curl. Taking over everything inside the spinning world. Stack it up high, let the celebration start. Beating out the anthem from my kings that gave your heart.
That's the Kilimani crowd of the West Africans.
Money in the pocket, spirits rising to the sky. Nairobi City kingpins, never asking why. Shame on my gun like a weapon or a prayer. Fragrance of the hustle filling up the midday. My thoughts are screaming past with the bass turned high. Watching all the vultures circling the summer sky. Coyote, red, I am the product of the grid. Every single flame that the kerosene is lit. I am the voice of the millions in the shade. Coming for the bounty for the prices we have paid. Rubber on the tarmac, burning holes inside the street. Victory is tasting more than bitter, more than sweet. Grabbing every coin from the gutter to the vault. Rising like the tide over every single fall. The city is a furnace and we forge the heavy key. Unlocking every shackle just to set the millions free. The silence is a promise that we finally will keep. Waking up the giants from a long and heavy sleep. Money in the pocket, spirits rising to the sky. Nairobi City kingpins, never asking why. We elevate the struggle.
Michelle Thomas,
Taking over everything inside the
Stephen
spinning world.
Mwangi,
Stack it up high, let the celebrations start. Beating out the anthem of my kings in your heart. Money in the pocket, spirits rising to the sky. Nairobi City kingpins, never asking why.
Kunta, Beats.
Nairobi City kingpins, never asking why. Money in the pocket, spirits right into the sky. Nairobi City kingpins, never asking why. We elevate the struggle, turn the gravel into pearl. Taking over everything inside the
Second
spinning world. Stack it up high, let the celebration start. Beating out the anthem from my Kingston in your heart. Money in the pocket, spirits right into the sky. Nairobi City kingpins, never asking why.
Now the white guy from Alchemist, Backlands.
Yeah.
Don't worry about me. Listen to the music.
Coyote concrete rising where the sun bleeds black. So it's oh,
it's the other way around.
No turning back. That's a
The white guy is coming out.
But my soul stays gold. Keep it a labyrinth with stories never told. Straight from the trenches where the hunger feeds a fire. Climbing up the wreckage, reaching for the wire. I know be heartbeat, drumming through the broken glass. Collecting every shackle just to watch them pass. Money on my mind, moving heavy in the night. Shadows in the valley, dodging every blinking light.
Benedicto.
I represent the gutter where the lotus found his breath. Escaping every cycle, dancing close to sudden death. Listen to the friction as the metal meets the bone. Building up a kingdom on a jagged little stone. Counting up the paper till my fingers start to ache. Giving everything it takes for the riches we will make. Stacking up the shillings till they reach the heavy clouds. Walking through the chaos, screaming over all the crowds. From the 10 over 10 to the corner store grind. Even though the misery and the poverty be. Fresh out the mud with the diamond polished scheme. Chasing down the treasure like a frantic waking dream. Pockets getting hot, but my spirit stays freezing. Every single blessing is a seasonal teasing. Money in the pocket, spirits rising to the sky. Nairobi City kingpins, never asking why. We elevate the struggle, turn the gravel into pearl. Taking over everything inside the spinning world. Stack it up high, let the celebration start. Beating up the anthem from my Houston, Kenya heart. Money in the pocket, spirits rising to the sky. Nairobi City kingpins, never asking why. Shame on my tongue like a weapon or a prayer. Fragrance of the hustle, filling up the midday air. I'm just dreaming past with the bass turn high. Walking over culture, circle in the summer sky. I only break, I am the product of the grit. Every single flame that the kerosene is lit. I am the voice of the millions in the shade. Coming for the bounty, said the prices we can pay. The rubber on the tarmac, burning holes inside the street. Victory is tasting more than bitter, more than sweet. Grabbing every coin from the gutter to the vault. Rising like the tide over every single fault. The city is a furnace and we forge the heavy key. Unlocking every shackle just to set them in the street. The skyline is a promise that we finally will keep. Waking up the giants from a long and heavy sleep. Money in the
All right, I almost forgot. I need to call my buddy here so that we can start the show. But have you all seen that girl? Have you all seen that girl? She's sitting in her car. She's crying. She's screaming. She is talking about the frustration of the relationship. Have you all seen her? Anybody seen that girl? Man, I am not seated properly here. What is going on here? My head is on top of the screen. Have you all seen that girl? Have you all seen that girl? Oh.
Honest, I'm angry. I'm mad. I'm fuming. I'm on fire. I'm mad because I care more about you than you care about me, and that's how it's always fucking gone. I'm tired of it. Stop. I'm mad. I'm angry. I'm tired of feeling so much. I'm tired of being in my head. I hate it. I'm angry. I'm angry. I'm angry. And no matter how much I try to let go of it and give it to God, it's still so heavy. I feel hopeless. I feel humiliated. I'm embarrassed. I'm confused. And I can't ask for help. I'm over it, bro.
You are?
I'm sick of this.
Are you? Like for you,
I'm
for you?
sick of this.
For you,
I'm
for
sick
you?
of this.
For you, for you?
I don't want to feel anymore.
Feeling is supposed to make you feel human.
Feeling's what's supposed to make somebody a person. And I don't even want to feel it anymore.
I'm done.
I'm just done. I'm done. You want me?
So I made a song for her. You know, for the sake of it. Where is the song? No, I have a better song. Ah, this one here.
You want me to be honest? I'm angry, I'm mad, I'm fuming, I'm on fire, I'm mad. Because I care more about you than you care about me. That's how it's always gotten to. I'm tired of it all. I'm mad, I'm angry, I'm tired of feeling so much. I'm tired of being in my head, I hate it. I'm angry. I'm angry. I'm angry. And no matter how much I try to let go of it and give it to God, it's still so heavy. I feel hopeless. I feel humiliated. I'm embarrassed. I'm confused, and I can't ask for help. I'm over it. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. I don't want to feel anymore. Feeling is what's supposed to make someone a person, and I don't even want to feel anymore. I'm just done. I'm done. I'm angry. I'm angry.
Mama Kado. All right, so here's a better version. And thank you so much, Aswani World with 200 shillings. Super chat. There was no message, Mr. Aswani. Come on, Aswani. You know the drill. You send me a message so that I can feel good about the show. Thank you so much for the 200 shillings super chat. One song, and then we call my buddy here. This is a country style of That Girl.
You want me to be honest? I'm angry.
Getting coffee, we get started.
Human, I'm on fire, burning inside. 'Cause I care more about you than you ever cared about me. And that's how it's always been. I'm tired of it all, tired of feeling so much. Stuck in my head, can't escape, I hate it, I'm angry, no matter how I try to let go, give it to God, lay it down, it's still so heavy, crushing me, I'm hopeless, humiliated, embarrassed, confused, can't even ask for help. I'm over it, bro, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. I don't wanna feel anymore. Feelings what makes us human. But I don't wanna be human tonight. Just numb, just gone. I'm done pretending it's okay. I'm angry. I'm angry. Screaming at the sky, at the silence. Why do I care so damn much? Why does it hurt like this? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I try to release it, hand it over, pray it away.
Kaita Machete.
The weight stays,
Sushi.
the fire
Sushi.
stays, the anger stays. I'm just done. I'm naked, I'm
The guy I'm calling, he sent me this song. He made it.
Nabutu ya malembe Kinshasa ekomi kimia Motema na ngai ezali komituna Bolingo oyo ezali nini
Malembe, malembe.
Yo mama Tango na mona kio
I think he's asleep.
Motema na ngai etelemi Malembe
Thank you, Aswani.
nalekaki na nzela ya mboka
Kauda
mitema bato ezali koleka
Zito Salimika, Black Excellency.
na yo
Nimesalimika.
mokili nyonso etelemi malembe bolingo ezalaki koya malembe lokola mopepe ya kongo nayokaki mongongo ya motema koloba yonde likambo
Yonde, yonde. Mama yonde.
Neptune, baby. Is it baby? Yes.
Yonde malembe ya
Kirangu
motema.
Wangata. King Kobi.
Soki ozali mose.
Ngedola.
Motema na ngai
Buliza.
Pasi.
Rachel
malembe
Leipa.
malembe
Imani the AR. Brian the photo. I remember you.
Motema na ngai ezali kaka yayo.
nakobika mpona
Margarete.
na malembe ya
Joy.
tango nyonso
Home of Solution.
mana yo
Bolingo solo.
Oh, it's a long song.
Hey mama boyoka gitare ezali kolela motema ezali koloba malembe bolingo ezali kotambola malembe
Nilikudunga.
bandeko boyoka
Gamuka.
sebensege
Hawa imeshika. Yoka hawa imeshika.
Kita ezali kolela.
Woo!
Ezali kotambola malembe. Kome ezali kometa malembe.
malembe
Keno.
Kinshasa
Masawa. Batoto Bakongo.
malembe kasi motema ezali moto
Somebody send it to me, Masawa. He's coming on the phone right now. It's a very long song. Keno, asante sana. Are you the M-Pesa guy? Are you the one who sent me some money? Ah. Bolingo ya solo. Hey. Aha. Akovis Komoranga. Inashika. Ole. Ole. Beautiful song. Very nice. Very nice. Give me 2 seconds. Let me see if it's going to play on the speaker. Can you hear me from the speaker? You can hear me? Ah, perfect. So now just improve your sound.
Okay, just a minute. Let me try.
Yeah. Let me turn off this.
Can you hear me better now?
Oh yeah, that is perfect. Let me turn on this heat.
Now your outfit is sounding better.
No, I was turning off the heat. It is too hot. All right, here we are. Oh, I want you to know. Do you know that lady from South Africa? Not from South Africa, from Congo, the one with the beautiful hair that speaks Swahili and Lingala, and she has lived in Kenya.
Yes.
She is here and she appreciates your song very much. She says that Lingala song is a dope.
Oh man, it's crazy. I mean, this is the best time to be alive.
Bro, we are now in the future. The future is the present.
Bro, I'm so literally as we speak, I'm actually in the office.
Yeah.
And I live in the office like at 2, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's so much you can do. There's so much intelligence. And there's just so much opportunity, bro, out here. I simply cannot imagine what our grandfathers would have imagined of such a one.
Oh, bro.
I don't think they have imagined.
They cannot recognize this planet anymore if they came back. They wouldn't.
I'm telling you, man.
They wouldn't. They wouldn't.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, man. And you know what's even crazy?
Yeah.
Is that you see, like that Lingala song has taken me 5 minutes literally to make.
There you go.
Think
There you
about
go.
that.
I don't know. Have you been on X lately?
Yes.
There is a girl who is like light skin, mix of black and white. She's crying in the car by herself.
No, I haven't seen that.
She's frustrated of a relationship, and she's saying, "I'm angry, I'm mad, I'm frustrated, I am humiliated." I took her words word by word, and I made a beautiful compilation of different kind of songs. The best one is in a very quick southern draw country song. That is a mix. That is a mix of metal. Because of the anger, I incorporated the metal bands and the drums, and it's coming out like crazy.
Okay. I'll actually have a listen.
Yeah, let me send it to you so that you can listen to it much later.
Okay, the two things that I've always observed about your videos or what you produce. The first thing is I do not know who edits your videos, because that is a great job. and you see, the reason why I'm asking that is because I've gone to many countries in Africa.
Yeah.
I've been to like 20, 24, 25 countries in Africa. And I have so much of video content. And I always think about sort of editing them and putting them in sort of very good short form versions. And I think you're the kind of guy who makes the kind of videos I want to make. I don't know how you do that.
So for 2.5 years that Kibe was here, I edited 99% of his content. I practiced by editing all his content. Just a little bit towards the end, some other guy in Kenya was doing it, but majority of it was me. And so from it, I learned how to capture the attention of the listener with the with the stick of the story. So now when I needed to edit my videos, the only go-to guy is IQ Watson. I edit all my video. When I'm talking to you, we are going to talk for 2 hours right now. In the midst of my conversation with you, I am going to be cutting some videos on top of my head, and I'll know exactly where to go to get that clip. I do that all the time.
Wow.
In the course of the conversation that has not happened yet, I know exactly where to go back to and just cut that juice, and make that the story of that particular 30 to 40 minutes video, or even 25 minutes video.
Wow.
I learned all that in 2.5 years editing Kibe's videos, because I would be next door listening. And as he is going live, I am listening to the live conversation with the aim of retelling the story in the edit. Yes.
Follow.
So the moment the live ends, I know exactly where to go to. And I just capture that and separate it from the rest of the conversation and highlight on that one. And then in 20-25 minutes, it's ready to go.
25 minutes?
Yep.
A 2-hour video?
Yep.
25 minutes?
Yes, because I listened with an intention of editing the exact story. It's like a student listening to a teacher read a book with the intention of telling the story that the teacher just read from the book.
I get it. Okay. And what are the software tooling that you use? What's the
nothing? I don't know how to use. I don't know how to use a computer, bro.
What are you talking about? So how do you click?
Bro, there is a MacBook in front of me. I don't know how it works.
Wow.
I use the app inside of the iPhone. That's it. I mean, they have the same app on this little laptop here. I don't know how to go in there and do it, but I know how to do it with one finger on my iPhone, and I'll go and cut it and cut it and highlight it and recreate the attention snippets, and then put my badge in there, and then boom, the story starts, and you're captivated. In 2.5 minutes, I'll have captivated you to listen to the rest of the 40 minutes. But I don't know how to use a computer, bro. Mimi sikusoma. Hiyo ni yenu. Hii ndio watu wa shule.
And you know, I was having a convo the other day with a guy who's training people about finding leads and selling and closing clients. So he's actually like 55 years old, and he's using AI in such a manner that I was very impressed.
Yeah.
And then it just took me back to whenever I'm in like WhatsApp groups and scrolling through X, you always see so many complaints, but no one is really talking about the opportunities. No one is really talking about like how can you leverage on this, new superpower, new form of electricity, and and make something out of yourself. So I really enjoy having convos around how people are sort of applying AI and applying software and applying the tools that we've been given by the universe now to free ourselves. No, it's crazy that younger people are not applying as much as old people are.
We the old people are the technology people, and I say this with all seriousness.
It's true. It's actually true.
Because the people who produce music are the young generation. They have not given us anything. The people who are the producers of legacy music, the style, the traditional style of making music. Where are they? Where is their music? Where is their AI music? I mean, this is their field. If it took 6 months to produce one album, and they did it, why are they not producing a song every 6 hours? They know how to do it.
True.
Why are they letting this thing go? Because when they say, and to your point, you made a very valid point out there. There is a saying, I am not sure if I'm the one who came up with it, but I will claim it for myself. Keep up with the world, or it will leave you behind. So all these things coming, I have to be in the front of understanding how they work.
True.
If I don't, they are going to leave me behind.
That's true.
Do you remember something was called what? Web 3? Not too long ago? I don't know where it went.
Yeah. I remember that Web 3 crypto phase. But the problem with that phase and the drawback of it was there was a form of speculation out of it. And there was very little use case.
Yeah.
But in AI, it's sort of a lot of use cases. But because a lot of people have been banned in the other software waves or sort of technology waves,
Yep.
a lot of people are underestimating how powerful of a tool artificial intelligence is. And I think this is actually a real deal. This is even bigger than the internet. And those are not my words. Actually, Peter Thiel said that, and I think it's true.
Peter Thiel is my customer.
Oh wow.
Matthew Capital is our client.
Wow. Have you met him?
I have met his companion, his partner, the one who he works with, a very brilliant, extremely brilliant Indian from India, who came to America at the age of 15 to go to an Ivy League school. His name is E.J. Royan. E.J. Royan. And when he contacted me the first time, he lived in Canada. He recently just moved here in downtown Austin. And he called me on the phone and he said, I am flying at this private airport at this time, and this is the tail number. And I asked him, who is your passenger? Because I thought it was a pilot. And he said, I am the passenger. My name is A.J. Royan. Bro, we got so close with this guy. He is the one whose company, a biochemistry company, is the one that came up with the cure for dengue fever. He's the one who came up with the cure for Zika, the one that was in Brazil. Can't remember what was the name of it. He came up with a cure for SARS, SAAS. He came up with a cure for the one in West Africa that was killing people if they touch a dead body. Ebola. Zika fever. I can't remember. Somebody's gonna mention it.
It's called dengue. It's called dengue. It's this fever that makes children have very big heads and exaggerated bodies. I think so.
Yes, and then during the during COVID, he took advantage of the money the federal government was giving for people to accelerate the research and the immediate vaccination for COVID.
Yeah.
So when the three big companies went for immediate solution by curing the injections through the egg, you know how they cure the medicine using the chicken egg. He went the other route. There was an American that was in West Africa that was the first one to be a patient zero. They flew him in a private jet and they took him to CDC headquarters in Atlanta. And they treated him, he cured. They used his blood to make medicine for people now who have been affected. So he took that idea, my client did, and he did a whole research, and the patient that was the perfect match was the case study. So he was looking for a case study for a medicine that is going to be everlasting, like the one for the Zika and Ebola and SARS. He came up with the perfect candidate was a young boy, experiment number 20. So that injectable, it's called DG20. Yes. So that is an injection you can get every year as a preventive measure for COVID and other viral diseases. The way we used to get the flu shots every year in the flu season. So that DG20 now is part of that. Yeah. So yeah, Peter Thiel is his company with this other guy. They are my customer. Very, very, very exceptionally smart guy. Very smart guy.
It's actually true. You know, one thing I've realized about that guy Peter Thiel, and I think everyone who has in one or another either interacted with him by means of being employed in the companies is founded are extremely intelligent people. And I think one of the ways in which you can draw or tap from that intelligence is sort of to read books around the companies they built. Now, there are two books I recommend to everyone who I talk to. So the first one is called PayPal Wars. It's written by someone.
One moment. What is the name again?
PayPal Wars, like wars, like Peter. PayPal Wars. It's written by a guy called Eric Jackson. Of course, it explains how that guy moved from, an accounting firm to work for Peter Thiel.
Yeah.
His management style, etc. So that's one of the books I really recommend. But the better book that I recommend is a book called Founders. It's called Founders, and it discusses about the PayPal mafia and the guys we worked with, like from Peter Thiel to Elon Musk to Keith Rabois to many guys who in the VC industry.
Yeah.
How they sort of have taken over the world from the time that they built PayPal.
Yeah.
There are certain things I've realized that you can draw from that book is number one, things like, management style. Like, for instance, if you want to answer the question around how to hire, a lot of people kind of hire for experience rather than hiring for first principles thinking. And I think if you look at why most companies are doing things or why we've not really had, many East African companies become unicorns, it has a lot to do with the talent depth and how we actually hire people. Because here you hire for experience and for looks, but if you go to Nigeria, you're hiring for grit and perseverance and pure raw intelligence. And that's where you find those guys, they've had Flatterwave, they've had Chodek, they've had Paystack, they've had so many companies coming out from that area. And if there's anything, I think the problem we have is talent, and it has something to do with actually how we hire people.
Yeah.
So those are the two books I'll actually recommend. You can have a read, and you can also just create a tool to transcribe for you those books. It will help you to grasp them.
Funny enough, we had that conversation with Mr. Ryan, and he was telling me that the 80s and the 90s were built around the internet.
True.
And the whole wave of the generation of the people before him from China, from his country, India, are the ones that are leading in the STEM programs because of the immersion of the generation that came out of the internet. The leader of the internet proper is an Indian guy. The Bill Gates company is now run by an Indian. And he was telling me that the future now is in Africa. And he wants to penetrate the continent of Africa because the quality of the technical skill set that the Africans have is untapped.
That's true.
And,
that's true.
And he was telling me that the idea for the last 30 years has been migration, where you bring the talents into the Western world, which ends up being a brain drain. The future is meeting Africans where they are and utilizing their talents in their homeland. That conversation matured to a point where I connected him with Kibe, and Kibe was going to arrange a meeting with Moses Kuria. So he can talk with this guy. When Kibe contacted Moses Kuria gave Kibe to a woman assistant. And that's how that story died.
And actually, just a couple of things.
Moses Kuria at the time was in the ministry that was responsible for that. Industrialization.
Ministry of Industry.
Yes.
Ministry of Industrialization.
Yes.
Now, just to mention something about the evolution of technology from the 80s and the 90s. So you see, even the internet itself was a byproduct of warfare. So where the internet came from is sort of a byproduct of Russia and the US sort of fighting to dominate the world. So that's where the internet came from. And when I'm looking at where we are going at the moment, I can also see that history of warfare coming back right now to turbocharge the software evolution, or sort of the technology evolution. So even if you look at this artificial intelligence, a lot of it has something to do with warfare. And I saw something very interesting recently, where there are certain Americans, I think his name is Joe Lonsdale, he's one of these co-founders of Palantir. You know, Palantir is a company founded by Peter Thiel, and he invested in a certain Nigerian company that's handling matters of drones, you know, for matters of security in Nigeria. So his VC fund directly invested in it, and I saw him repost that. So I do know that if you're building in Africa right now, you should have something, or you should sort of gear yourself towards solving something security related, something war related. I think there's a huge opportunity there. And when I'm looking at what I'm very bullish about in terms of technology, I'm kind of bullish on, of course, biotechnology. I think there's a lot that's going to happen when you combine AI with the ability of making medicine and also detecting ailments. I think there's a huge opportunity there that's largely untapped in the continent, and I'm going to share with you something we've been doing there.
Yeah.
The second, of course, I think of artificial intelligence, and the third, I think, is drones. I think there's a lot of use cases that can do with drones, from food delivery to security to warfare. I think this is the best time to be somewhere within the technology warfare.
There is nowhere that is more demonstrated than in the current war between Iran and the United States.
Yeah.
The United States is using an old technology to shoot down an AI-generated drone that cost $25,000, and they are using a rocket that cost $4 million to shoot it down, because Iran was ahead of the game in the integration of AI in their very simplified drones that can fly all the way to Bahrain, all the way to Dubai, all the way to Saudi Arabia, KSA, and do significant damage. And that little thing just costs $25,000.
Yeah, it's true. And I think I also heard the same about the war between Ukraine and Russia. Of course, I'm sure you've seen some video of a guy who I think had been conscripted in that war, and somehow he survived. Yeah, and he's been explaining that, you know, people are not fighting. You know, they're just sending like guys from Africa, you know, guys from other places, prisoners, etc. But from the Ukrainian front, they're just sending drones to kill people. So that for sure is going to be a very huge thing. And if you see how much you know, the US and Israel are struggling to keep these drones at bay, it actually tells you that there's something very hard or very dangerous about drones when they're in the hands of the wrong people.
And to your point, they are now turning to Ukraine for the simplified drones in warfare.
Exactly.
Yes,
exactly.
Because they have been successful against the Russians. Now they are turning to the Ukrainians to help them in implementing this modern day warfare that is a fraction of the cost of the traditional 20th century warfare.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I think there's a huge opportunity there, you know, for guys to make them, repair them, build them. There's also a couple of companies. You know, there's a company called ONS. I don't know whether you know it. It's called ONDAS. I'm sure you're a great investor.
How do you spell it?
It's ONDS. ONDS. It deals with communication of, you know, like think about it, when drones are in the air, you know, they need to communicate because they are autonomous.
Yeah.
So this company is actually building that communication framework. So I think it's a very interesting company. You can just go and read more about it. Happy to discuss further.
The one I'm familiar with and I'm invested in is Parentil.
Oh yeah, for sure. That one is for sure.
And
ONS is also another.
And the integration of AI in Parentil is revolutionary. What they did there with the AI, and for those who don't know, they are the ones who are responsible for pinpointing the locations of these targeted immigrants that were being picked up in Somali country of Minnesota. Palantir trades in those kind of government informations, and the integrated AI to supercharge the efficiency of information sharing and information disbursement inside that agency. But the future, bro, the Palantir shares, I think when I was buying them, they were less than $20 or something. It was a long time. Let me tell you how much they are right now.
I remember you telling that story. I think you're in an Uber or something, and someone mentioned to you about Palantir.
Yeah. Today,
I knew Palantir after reading the founders and people was this adjustment for all the companies that have been founded by guys in that mafia.
Yep.
And I just sort of started investing in them, and I think it's a very good bet if you invest in people. Of course, ideas matter, but I think people matter more, especially now.
The direction, and right now they are at 151 because all the stocks are down. All my stocks are in red, except for Nvidia. But Nvidia is not where it was in December. My point is, the future is in the AI. I have a client who used to work for, I'm not going to remember that company. I have invested in that company also, but he moved to a different company called Genesis. When you are looking up for something online, there is a little annoying pop-up that asks you if you need help. Genesis owns that company. They are the ones who do those pop-ups. And now this guy moved to that company, and they are not publicly traded yet. The company just came out of, got publicly traded, and then he moved to this other one. But he's telling us there is nothing else they are talking about other than integration of AI in automated customer service, which is now what they do.
Oh yeah.
The efficiency of it.
I think what's happening in that customer service, if you sort of think of how this has been happening.
Yeah.
So a customer raises a complaint, and then it's ticketed, and then from ticketing it's assigned to a customer support agent, which is out to the client, and of course they refer to sort of some company articles or database or FAQ, and based on that they can respond. Now, what AI is actually assisting with is from the point of ticketing, to reviewing the question, to reaching out to the client on email, and of course with certain voice models that are sounding more or less human, and then responding autonomously. So,
bro, you are using his exact words. You are using his exact words.
So actually, I was speaking with someone who was a very senior guy at an SEZ called Traffic. It's Centum Traffic right there at Ruaka. And what they were talking about at that point was they want to make Traffic to be the place where, like workers who work for companies outside of Africa, or sort of, if you let's say your call agent who's based in Kenya, rather than you working from home, you can have these call centers and BPO companies coming to Traffic and then serving companies based out of Kenya. But the problem with that model right now is that those are the exact people that AI seeks to actually replace. So I do not know what they're going to do from now, but I do think there's going to be a huge job loss in that regard. But there's going to be a huge opportunity for the people who can sort of get all those agents working together and responding accurately. Now, the problem though with AI is what we call hallucination concerns. And I've been sort of looking at how AI has been applied in various sectors. And I think there's a certain chart that Anthropic released recently where they sort of give a chart showing the potential of AI in that particular industry. And then they also show another chart inside of it showing how much is used. So one of the places where it's least used is actually in financial services. And the problem with that is the hallucination concerns of AI. Case in point, if an AI agent sort of made a mistake as to how much you have in your bank account, or made a mistake as to how much you want to transact, then that can be a catastrophic mistake. But what I think is going to happen is, not so far from now, is that you're going to see a foolproof non-hallucinating AI model, and that's going to be a game changer, especially in those industries that claim to be foolproof. And that's why I agree with you that AI is absolutely the most important. I think if I'm a CEO of any company right now, that is the first thing you should be looking for. There's nothing else as important as that for now.
There is a quote, and I cannot remember whether it was from Bill Gates or it was from our own Elon Musk. He said the AI is the great equalizer. I have no business doing what I'm doing. This should be the jobs of the Gen Zs. But the Gen Zs are uninterested in AI. So the great equalizer is telling this boomer to do the improbable and enabling that and perfecting it on our behalf. This is the future, bro. Hallucination hallucination in AI will always be there. It's an inherent flaw due to data availability and limits. Yes, but
it's not true. I disagree.
It is not making the same mistake twice. It's machine learning.
I disagree with that statement that it was with there. That's not true. Actually, that's not true. And if you want to know that that's not true, you just go to the greatest AI investor in the world right now, Kostler Ventures, and listen to what Kostler had to say about what they're investing in AI. So there have been two schools of thought. The first school of thought is invest in a core model or a co-pilot, assisting the human being to do stuff. But then their own view about how AI is going to evolve is that they're only investing in an AI tool that's not a core model, but that actually does the task itself. And if you think about what a job is, like if you break it down, what is really a job simply put is a set of tasks that you have to do. So what you should be looking for is, what is that task that AI can actually do fully, autonomously, like without any human input? That is where the opportunity actually is. And it will get to a point where these AI models are not hallucinating at all. And that will not be so long from now. And I'm telling you this based on the fact that I am using AI on a day-to-day basis. I also sit down with most of these AI and ML engineers based here in Africa, and I know that for a fact. But of course, there are all the things that you'll never see at a time like this. They'll be very surprised. They'll be very surprised. I can tell that. I can tell you that for free and for sure. I can.
I'm looking. Are you familiar with a company called SoundHound AI?
Yes.
So I have never been interested in what they do, but I am invested. I'm invested in it, and I'm looking at what they are about. It engages in development, owning, and commercialization of voice, sound, and natural language artificial intelligence technologies and related activities. It was found 20 years ago in 2005. I am looking to see how much I paid at the time, but I'm very sure it was less than $3 per share, but I can't find it real quick.
Wow.
These are the companies of the future.
And how are you finding it? How are you finding this company? Is it that
I think are you familiar with what is a bloodhound?
No.
It's a relative of the those dogs in the airport that sniffs drugs and stuff.
Yes.
I have the nose for it.
So my question to you will be, how do you source for these investments? like you've got a very good portfolio. How did you source for those investments?
How do I do what?
How do you source for them? How do you know? Let's invest in Suntown. Let's go to Palantir.
Oh, keeping up with the Kardashians, keeping up with the world, bro.
Is it that you read books? Is it that you get it from Twitter?
I keep up with the world. I keep up with the world. I was telling people here a few days ago. I was like, the bombing of Iran was done on a Saturday. Yes, yes. The stock market was closed. Yes. And what was the immediate repercussion in the stock market? The price of gas was going to go up. But it was Saturday. Before the markets opened in Singapore and Taiwan, did you buy the shares of ExxonMobil? You knew the dynamics of what is going to happen. But were you ready for it? Now we can go to something else. There was a time they were attacking Tesla in liberal states, even banning them and declaring them. There was a big demonstration against Tesla.
Yes.
What was the effect of that?
The shares momentarily went down.
Below 200. At the time, they were 258 tops. They went below 200. Today, they are almost $400. There is nothing else changed other than the direction of the atmosphere of the country. Nothing else changed.
That's true. That's true.
And what triggered me is the words from Elon Musk. These people are doing this intentionally to short the shares of Tesla. I was like, That's it. That's all you need to know.
It's actually the same thing, even in the Kenyan capital market.
Yeah.
For a long time, KPLC, for instance, just give you an example of KPLC. When it was trading for like a shilling, shilling and 80 cents etc. But if you look at the market capitalization of that company vis-a-vis, its book value, those numbers were not matching up. It was a huge opportunity, and literally everyone saw Livinero invest in like 30 million worth of shares. At that time, like information was there, the opportunity was there for anyone to literally invest in it. And now as we speak, I think it's something around the ranges of 16, 17, 18. So you can imagine like he's now like a proper dollar millionaire simply because he decided to spot the opportunity, but above everything else, act on the opportunity. And I think that's why a lot of where you are in life is a factor of how much balls you have. Like balls and courage are really needed for you to make it in life, in any endeavor whatsoever.
My very first shares to buy in Kenya was when Kenya Power and Lightning Company was separating the distribution from the creation, the generation of power. And that's when they created a company called KenGen.
Yes.
Those KenGen shares were offered in an initial offer. Those were the first shares I bought. I mean, is that not what made Didignoro a billionaire?
Yeah, it's KPLC. It's KPLC.
Yeah, the traditional KPLC.
Yes.
Because he found a way to stay in the distribution.
Yes.
And now the rest, the Gen Pop, we were offered an opportunity to have a piece of the generation.
Yes.
I don't know how those shares are doing, and I don't know where those shares are, because I did it when I could not go to Kenya at the time.
I know.
Long time ago. Whenever that initial offer was, those were the shares I bought.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The world is full of opportunities. I'm telling you now, it's the best time to be alive. Like literally, you can invest in hear the news, make the call, invest, and make your own money.
The future is now. There is no other future.
I'm telling you.
There is no other future. What were we waiting for in the future? Flying cars. We have flying cars.
I'm telling you, man.
Driverless cars. It's a norm in Austin. Now they are even using the highways. They are dropping people at the airport. Driverless cars. It's the norm. They are trying them in London. The same car, the same exact Waymo Jaguar car is now in the streets of London. It's in Dallas. There is no other future. This is it.
And actually, quick question for you. I've been seeing a lot of conversations around the end of New York and the end of Silicon Valley as we knew it, and the rise of Texas and Miami. I don't know, what are your thoughts on it, bearing in mind that you're in the States as well?
The benefits of Texas is we don't have income tax.
Okay.
And majority of the businesses are small scale businesses. Small scale businesses, follow me very slowly. Small and medium businesses are owned primarily by white women.
Okay. Why so?
White women are very good at agitating for their special interest. So when we have hundreds of thousands of small businesses owned by mom and pop, and mainly the mom and not the pop, they know how to get the best for themselves. And over 3 decades, they have influenced that through lobbying for the best environment possible for business expansion in the state of Texas. And then because of that conducive environment, those businesses keep growing and getting bigger. And then when they do, they attract other bigger businesses that want to buy this new business and become bigger. There is a company in downtown called Silicon Labs. It's worth 6 point something billion with a B.
Wow.
It is the fixture of Austin on they have 2 big buildings and their name is conspicuous across the river. From across the river, they are right there on Cesar Chavez, the very first street when you cross the river. Now that company is being bought. Okay, so what they do is they manufacture low energy consumption gadgets, like the gadgets that enable the radios to connect with radio stations.
Is it transistors?
Yes, and the technology that is in every phone to enable Bluetooth. Those are the responsibility of Silicon Labs, Austin, Texas. Now, Texas Instrument, a gigantic company, is buying them for 6 point something billion. So that is how the environment keeps getting better. From the small scale to the medium scale to large scale, and then a bigger company comes and consumes it and become bigger and bigger and bigger. I have a client who not even 3 years ago, he found a way to be the distributor of Lalo, L-A-L-O. It's a tequila from Mexico. If an alcoholic beverage is going to be called tequila, it has to come from Mexico. It cannot carry that name unless it comes from Mexico. So this guy just went there and negotiated with the people who actually grows the agave that creates tequila and say, I am your distributor guy. Those people have been my customers since 2015. In 3 years, Lalo tequila became #1 tequila in Texas and California. He sold that company for $200 million.
Wow.
And he's not making anything. He's just distributing in upper 48.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is made by Lalo, a traditional family, generations of the tequila makers. He just created an ecosystem, a logistic system of distribution. And now, Tito's Vodka is a household name in Austin for what is the name of that alcohol? Vodka. Well, obviously, Tito's Vodka. It's a very simple bottle. It has a yellowish label that looks almost golden, and Tito's Vodka is written in a very childish font. It's a very, very popular drink. I saw it in Carrefour in Sarit Center. That's how far it has gone. They bought the right to distribute Lalo from my client for $200 million.
You know what's interesting about that model of creating a business, and of course starting it up as a small and medium-sized business, of course posing yourself for acquisition, is that that's the same model that was initially being used in Africa. And I'll give you the example of Paystack. And
which one?
Paystack.
Okay.
Paystack in Nigeria. So Paystack in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Was founded sometime in mid-2010s, I think either 2015, 2016, thereabouts, and then was acquired by Stripe for the same $200 million dollars in 2019, thereabouts. And the thing about those two guys who founded it, so there's a guy called Shola, and there's another guy who's very famous because he's a guy who looks like he's a queer guy, like he has lipstick and all these things. His name is Ezra Olubi. Recently, he got himself fired from the company because he involved himself with some crazy woman. But of course, we can get to that later. And that's how.
Is he your twin? You cannot mention bones in front of an old woman. Why are you mentioning crazy woman in front of yourself?
No, I'm just giving the story. Actually, what happened to? I mean, it was such a big story. It was such a big story. So anyway, those two guys got that company.
If you don't know the inside jokes, you need to listen to episode 49.
And this guy now actually even owns a club in Netherlands. He's totally very, very liquid. And the good thing about that liquidity is that it's being used to invest in other emerging companies, within the Nigerian ecosystem. So that's why you find the Nigerian ecosystem is still thriving, because they had the Paystack acquisition, give them liquidity, and then the same people who are working within Paystack have now been able to build their own companies. Case in point, there's a company called Chodek that does food delivery in Nigeria, and those guys were actually working, for Paystack. Another example would be a time when Deal acquired a company called Payspace in South Africa. So they're in this HR business, and in a couple of African countries, so they were actually acquired for north of $100 million as well. So that model is actually a very familiar model, and it's a very good example of how Africa can prime for acquisitions. But I think over and above priming for acquisitions, we should also focus on growing our own capital markets. And that's why I'm very, very bullish on what Ruto is trying to do, where he's trying to rebuild our capital markets and encourage savings and investment towards investing in companies within the Nairobi Securities Exchange, and I've also been seeing so many other governments doing the same revival. So if you look at how the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange is doing, how the Malawi Stock Exchange is doing, the Ghanaian one, the Nigerian one, they are all sort of having bull runs as we speak at the moment, and I think that's going to happen for a long period of time, especially as commodities become a huge thing for the growth of AI and commodities. I mean things like copper and rare metals. As they become integral toward this AI wave, so we see a lot of Africa going back to the Africa that we saw in the 60s and in the 70s when there were commodities boom. When there was a commodities boom. So I just wanted to mention that because of what you've spoken about Texas.
There are several examples also in Kenya, and one of them, a very good one, is East Africa Industries. I don't know if you're old enough to remember what East Africa Industries is.
No, honestly, I don't.
It is the modern day Palmolive, I think they call themselves.
The Nathan Lovely guys.
Which one?
Nathan Lovely.
So they used East Africa Industries used to make everything from Colgate to Kibo and Kasuku, not Kasuku, Kibo and Cowboy and Sabunia, Kuoga, Omo. East Africa Industries used to make them. Then they were acquired by a company. They were separated in two different groups.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of them is called Palmolive and the other one is called Graxo.
Okay.
Somebody should know that. But the original company used to be called East Africa Industries. So the consumables were separate. I think they were called Graxo, welcome. And then the chemical part was called Palmolive. Why is nobody understanding what I'm talking about? But that company initially used to be called East Africa Industries. They gave us Omo, they gave us Brewbird, they gave us Kimbo, they gave us Cowboy, they gave us everything that we know, that we grew up with. They gave us the toothbrush, the Colgate one. I think now the Colgate part is Unilever. Thank you so much, Kimberly. Thank you. Yes, Kevin. GlaxoSmithKline either is the mother company or Unilever is the mother company, or both of them belong to the same people. So they took all those products, separated into the chemical ones of the toothpaste. They called them Unilever, and the one with the medicine, Unilever is the mother company. The one they even took some of the medicines, and now they are at the GlaxoSmithKline. But initially, it was East Africa Industries. We grew up with a Brewbird and Cowboy and Omo and Kimbo. And then there is this other company that was created by the Kogoro boys. It's a beverage company.
Oh,
Softer. There we go. When they became too big to compete, they were acquired by the mother company. Ama ni mimi nasikiza zangu. Ama hakuchukuliwa na Coca-Cola?
No, I think they actually went bankrupt.
They did.
I think they went bankrupt.
Unilever has downscaled quite a bit in Kenya. Yeah, that is a victimhood. Unilever used to own Nigeria, by the way.
And I think, is it Unilever?
They even had Lux and Rexona toilet soaps. Now I remember some of their products again. Yeah, thank you, Odieki on YouTube. GlaxoSmithKline. That medicine, I don't know if they exist anymore. It used to be called Hedex, Hedex. They used to make it. Softer didn't go bankrupt. System hijacked them through Coca-Cola. Okay. That is Nyakudi Nyatika. But yeah, so now we go back now to what makes Texas a favorable market. It's because of those acquisitions. Over and over and over. The mom and pop companies grow, they become too big. Another company from out of state is interested in them and come and pick them up. Over and over. And that's how, and because the fundamentals are created well, because the leadership, the statewide leadership is the conservatives. So they create a favorable environment for business. And then they have rebates. When Samsung is, what is the latest chip right now? Is it M5 or is it M4 something? The latest chip now that the semiconductors companies are making
should be one of those.
Samsung is creating a multi-billion facility outside Austin. I have customers who fly private regularly, and we take them there. We took them last week, maybe 5 days ago. And beside the federal government giving them incentives, giving some semiconductor incentives, the state pours in and incentivizes them. And then the state does something unique. They combine all small businesses. This is very interesting. They combine all small businesses that are related to the product needed to create that gigantomous company called Samsung Semiconductor. They bring them all together, whether it's HVAC, whether it's the fabrication of metal, aluminum, roofing, concrete, everything that they need to create that mega company. The state of Texas bring them together, give them access to funds, Texas funds, so that they can beat the deadline to produce the products that are needed at Samsung Semiconductor.
Sorry, so just one question, Watson. So Texas has a fund that invests in this kind of companies. Is it a loan? Is it like they invest in equity? How do they do it?
No, it's a Texas fund. It's accessible the same way the federal government have incentives and rebates. Now Texas have a similar fund, so they go to Amarillo, and there is a company that specializes in sprinklers for fire retardants.
Yes,
but they don't have the capacity to produce hundreds of thousands of sprinklers to go into that facility. So they give them a facilitation of funds so that they can combine their production scale and supercharge it so that they can meet the deadline, so that money stay here in Texas. They go to a company that does wiring. So the people I take there, they do wiring. I also had another customer that was responsible for the Texas Gigafactory. His sole job was electrical wiring, the complication of it. So this customer we have now, they are doing the wiring that also carries the technology in every aspect behind the walls of that factory.
Okay.
Then besides them getting rebates, they also get access to Texas funds so that they can beat the demand of this unbelievable huge factory. When they started, There were more than, I have a video of it.
Yes.
I have a video, everything I'm saying, I have a video explaining it.
Yeah, the Tesla one, yeah?
Yes. No, not the Tesla one. The one for semiconductor, the Samsung semiconductor.
Oh,
There were more than 600 trailers. That is 600 companies that have set ground sprawled in hundreds of acres around that factory. That each one of them is doing one significant thing towards that company. So my customer's company was responsible for the wiring. Hundreds of millions of dollars. Those are the things that keep Texas growing. There is a comparable company to the Tesla company. I think it's NVIDIA, but I'm not very sure. But I know it's from Taiwan. It is in Nevada. Those kind of leaderships are the ones that make states unique, and Texas is leading in that. Texas, they are the ones, the leadership, the conservative leadership in Texas is the one that is responsible for bringing Formula One to Austin. I have a video of it explaining how they did it. The state itself, the rebate and incentives, and the city of Austin giving tax breaks over a period of time. And even when they were done, they renegotiated the tax breaks. And the city of Austin gave them extra years that if they meet this benchmark, then they don't have to pay the taxes. They did the same thing with an amphitheater. It's called Moody. They moved from a big old facility that was made from maybe from the 1960s. And they did a deal with a developer. They gave them a piece of land inside University of Texas. And they incentivized them for maybe 7 years where they don't have to pay taxes on the concessions. The people who go there and sell merchandise and sell food and sell tickets and everything. None of that is going to be charged. Because Texas, we have an 8.25% Texas levy on products, on consumables. They give them a tax break for a period of 7 years. And then they broke the old thing. They created a ultra-modern facility called Moody Amphitheater. Those kind of leaderships are the ones that make the difference. I'm still answering the question you asked me, why Texas is unique. Besides the fact that, unlike California and New York, we do not have income tax. Those other incentives are the ones that keep us ahead. Texas is the place to go.
I get it. And
I got here by chance. Is that the name of the company? TSMC? Yeah, the one in California, the one in Nevada. I'm reading some comments.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, the company, what is the full name of the TSMC? It's a Taiwanese company, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, that is the leadership of Texas. You know, during the lockdown? Not quite the lockdown. I think 2022. The lockdown had ended. I was in a restaurant in downtown, and the governor of Texas came there also for dinner. And I had not seen him. The woman I was with, she said, "Isn't that your governor who just walked in? Our governor is in a wheelchair." So immediately I asked the staff in the restaurant to give me a piece of paper, and I wrote a letter to him, thanking him for keeping Texas open, because that's the only way our company stayed alive. when the rest of the liberal states were shutting down and businesses were dying, now we go back to your original question. There was a group of women, white women, led by a woman from Dallas, that came to Austin to demonstrate outside the governor's mansion to make him reject these prolonged shutdowns of the country and the requirement for people to have masks. That influence came from white women in small businesses. And so I had that information. I knew the difference it made. And I knew the role the governor played. Even rejecting money from the White House, they were paying people to not go to work. And when they do that, people are now incentivized to not go to work because they are getting free money from Sleepy Joe Biden. At some point, the governor of Texas said, enough. We are not going, because that money has to come through a system called Texas compensation, something. It's Texas workforce compensation. So that federal money has to come through the system that is local, that distributes money for people who cannot work and they still need to be paid. So the governor said, we are not going to accept that money anymore. So when I'm writing the letter, he's right there behind me. I am telling him, thank you for keeping Texas open. Thank you for refusing the mandate for the mask. And more importantly, thank you for rejecting the federal funds for people to continue getting money while they are not working, because that was killing small businesses. So I approached the bodyguards and I said, I want to give that letter to him. And they say, no, give us the letter. We're going to give it to him. And then he saw it and he said, let him come. And I went there and I said, oh, I have this letter I have prepared for you. I just wanted to give it. We sat there for 20 minutes and talked with him.
Wow. And question like you, how did you get yourself in Texas?
A stroke of luck. Stroke of luck, bro. Stroke of luck.
But that story was not very clear. How you found yourself in Texas?
Stroke of luck, bro. Stroke of luck. It's a beautiful story. You know who Sue Gashabi is?
Yeah.
The notorious big mouth, rowdy, illiterate, shrubbing Kikuyu bitch. Sue Gashabi. I'm defining that so that message can get back to her. When I worked at Tuskys on Mfangano Street, she was a teenage girl helping her father in a small business next to the supermarket where they were distributing soda. My buddy David was very good friends with the father because David was the manager at the time of that branch. At the time, Tuskys only had one branch, Mfangano Street. By the time I'm coming there, we are opening another one in OTC and another one across the street on the same street called Hakati. So David knew this family better than me. That younger version of Gashambi was a small girl that was working on the weekends when the school closed. She is wearing a kireba and she is wearing clothes all the way to the bottom. Mokorino. The father was a Mokorino, but not the Mokorino that wears the turban, but the women did, the long dress. But the father was not. He was a bishop. He had his own church. Bishop Kamau.
Oh, really?
Yes, wow. Bishop Kamau.
Beautiful.
So David knew that family better than me. So when I got a visa to come to America, I did not have somewhere to go. At this time, David had left Tuskys and was employed Nairobi Aju by another woman in a smaller supermarket. So I told him, I have a way to get you a visa. So I got mine in July, and then we started working on his. And he got his in August. So now him and I, now we have visas. So David approached Pastor Kamau, Baba Suga Shabi, because David knew that Bishop Kamau has a son in Texas. David did not want to go to Boston, where he had a cousin, a woman cousin who lived there. He did not want to go there. So we went and approached Baba Gashambi so that he can introduce us to his son. Me, I don't know any of these people. David does.
Yeah.
And that's how Baba Gashambi connected us with John Paul. His initials were JP. Everybody knows him as a JP.
Yeah.
A very, very super smart guy. Very intelligent. He was in real estate. He was developing single-family homes and apartment complexes and townhomes with a Muzungu. Glenn Lynch is the name of the Muzungu guy. So we tried to have audience with him. This is August and part of September. He was in Kenya, but we never got a chance to meet him. Baba Gashabi had an enterprise he had created. These places where they would build small stores, and people would rent those stores and have shops and stuff like that. Sijui kunaitwa Joska, kuna kastage hapo. So they had two different shops, and one of the shops, the pastor was running it, and the other one, this John Paul's first wife was running it, but they were separated with John Paul. It was from his childhood. Well, when he was a younger guy. So we were waiting there every day for John Paul to come to be introduced, but we failed. So the father said, "Don't worry about it. I'm going to tell him about you." And when he did, he said, "They can come, but only for 10 days, and then they find their way out."
Wow.
So we found ourselves. So September 11 happened, the kaboom, the airplanes that flew into buildings. I have to explain that to Twanzis because they were not born. And the whole world was shut down. Now we have visas, but the world has been shut down. At this time, Baba Gashabi had taken us to buy tickets, university towers. Those days you had to have real money, cash, and go to an agent. And we had bought some tickets from a company, I can't remember which one. But September 11 happened, the whole world was shut down. When the world reopened 9 days later, that company we had bought tickets from, I think it was Lufthansa or something, was not on the list of the companies of the airlines that were accepted to fly into the US. British Airways was. So we got our refund, 148,000. Tickets was more expensive 25 years ago than they are today, adjusted for inflation. We got our money back, and now he took us, Bishop Kamau, to a different agent that sold us tickets through British Airways. So me and David, we sat next to each other and flew Boeing 747-300, 353 people on board, from Nairobi to London, from London to Dallas, Texas. We had a phone number for John Paul, who is Gashabi's brother. And when we got to Dallas, we called him, and he said, "Okay, once you get on American Airlines, it's going to be a 45-minute ride. We are going to get to the airport in Austin. When you get to Austin, call us." He was there with his young wife, a very smart lady called Jane Weru. At the time, she was a doctorate student and also teaching at University of Texas. And they had a toddler. Well, not a toddler, a baby a newborn baby. That baby now is 26 years old or more. Well, maybe 25, 26. They showed up. When we stepped outside Austin Airport, they showed up, we put our luggage, and they took us to their house in Round Rock. When they were in Kenya, this time we were trying to find, to get in, an audience with him. There is another guy from his village that wanted to do the same thing. So he had taken the route of a F1 student visa, had gone to Saginaw Valley in Michigan without any intention of going to school, but it was the only way out. His name is Stephen Jenga, Jerry. He went to Saginaw Valley, enrolled in a school, but he does not have school fees. So he kept dilly-dallying until the university told him, hey, you need to get us the money now, because he kept telling them the money is being sent, but he is trying to figure out how to get to Texas. He bought a one-way train ride ticket from Saginaw Valley, Michigan, all the way to Austin, Texas. Michigan is on the border with Canada. We are on the border with Mexico, the whole stretch of the country.
Wow, determination. Determined.
He get on Amtrak all the way to Austin. He gets on a taxi. There was no other means of transport. There are no matatus to Round Rock. And he had the address to John Paul's house, 1294 Johnson's Lane, Round Rock, Texas, 78666. He gets there and there is nobody home. John Paul and his young wife and his baby, they are in Kenya.
Wow.
John Paul had a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. I think those days they were called S500. That boy slept in the car for more than 10 days in the middle of summer.
Wow. And what was he eating?
Huh?
What was he eating? Like how is this about?
He would wake up in the morning. This is now the story the neighbor was telling John Paul. That he used to see that boy wake up in the morning, take a straw to a gas station, get some food, and then walk back and just roam around. John Paul had a big ranch with horses.
Yeah.
And just roam around, and then dark time comes, he jumps in the car and sleep, and the next morning he does the same thing over and over.
Wow. For how long? For how many days?
More than a week.
Oh my God. Jesus.
A very nice young man, Stephen Jenga. Very.
Where is he now? Where is he now? Sorry to interrupt. Where is he now?
Right now, I don't know. This is 100 years ago. But there's a beautiful story. There's a beautiful story here.
Go ahead.
So they come back and they find there's a stowaway in the car, in the Mercedes-Benz. But they know him because they are from the same village. So by the time we are coming, Jenga is there. So we stayed there for 10 days. And now here is the sweet part. Because Jenga had come on a visitor visa, on a student visa, he already had a Texas ID, well, maybe a Michigan ID, and he had a social security number. So we stayed in John Paul's for 10 days, and then we used Jenga's papers to go rent an apartment closer to civilization, because over there it was in the middle of nowhere, just ranches. So we came here now in Austin and rented an apartment using Jenga's papers. And that is how we started working in construction, where John Paul and his business partner, Glenn Lynch, were developing an apartment complex south of Austin. The rest of the story I have given it to Every Other Day with Eric. The rest of that story I have given it to Eric. That's how we got started.
Sorry. So you never left Texas at any one given point?
No, I have never left Texas. I have left Austin for 1 year. When we came here in September on a Saturday, that Monday we started working in that construction. In December, it was done. It is apartment complexes. So the Muzungu, Glenn Lynch, offered, this is just me and David, the guy from Tuskys, offered us to go to a new project in Fort Worth. So, and at that time, before November, before the Thanksgiving of that year, we had bought a tiny little car, a Geo Prism. It's everywhere in my pictures. So in January, we picked up the little car, we packed everything we have, and we drove to Fort Worth using the traditional gas station maps. There were no GPS those days. You had to have a map of the city you are going to, and then you draw a line of the direction you are going. It turn to turn. There was no TomTom, there was no GPS, there was nothing. There was no Google Maps.
Wow.
So we went to Fort Worth, middle of nowhere, and we did a brand new apartment complex and townhomes there. And we stayed for 1 year, and then we came back and we went to Cedar Park in Leander, and there was another project. And then we went our different ways. We became more familiar with the city, and we started navigating the system of how to become Americans. That's how I'm here.
And when you went there, the visa you had,
visitor visa.
How long was it?
Visitor visa for 28 days. Well, the visa was for 5 years, but the visa doesn't matter. Once you get in the country, what matters is a document called I-94. I-94 is the one that gives you the permission, the duration of the permission you are supposed to stay here.
Yeah.
We showed up at Dallas International Airport at the customs and said, oh, we are just coming here to visit, just for 28 days. So we got an I-94 for 1 month. And then those days, you could go online and print a form and extend this document, the I-94, which is what we did. And then it takes forever for it to come back. But it comes back stamped with a future expiration date, taking account of the duration it took for them to approve it. You would pay $120. And there was no doing it online. There was no online filing, like the way now we can do citizenship online. No, there was nothing like that. You print a form, you fill it up, and then you send it out somewhere in Kentucky. And then after God knows how long, then they send it with a whole new date of extension of stay, I-94. So that's how we navigated part of that. But that's how I ended up in Texas. And that's why I have never left Texas. I've been to every state except Nevada, but I have never left Texas. Yeah.
Beautiful story. Beautiful story. And if you were to do it all over again, let's say you're by the time you're leaving, you said you're around 29, 30. If that opportunity was to realize again, you're that year again in 2026, will you go to America still, or are there other opportunities that you've already seen that young people can capture?
Probably Kuwait. Is Kuwait the country with the strongest dollar?
I think so.
That's where I would go. If I was 29, I would most likely go to the country with the strongest dollar. But thank you, Kevin. Yes, Kuwait is the one with the strongest dollar. It takes $3.16 for one of the Yarahu Akbar money. It is that strong. And the reason I'm saying that is because at 29, that is what I was looking for. Economic empowerment.
Exactly.
So I would have, with the information I have now, I would have gone to the place with the strongest back for my labor. But, and it's a huge but, America is a unique country because your stay does not expire. There is no contract. Once you navigate the system, you become part of the system. In the Allahu Akbar country, you leave the country with a job, yes, but that job has an expiration date. So there is no
part of the system.
Say that again.
So you can never be part of that system.
Exactly. Even Americans in Dubai, I have friends and relatives of my customers that they are in Dubai. They have to renew their stay every so often. And they have to do the AIDS test and all these medical screening. Every so often, they have to renew their stay. You can never become part of that. In America, that's the only thing that is unique about America. And then the playing ground is leveled. Once you have this one here, the playing ground is leveled. You can be anything you want. The only thing you cannot do as an immigrant in America is run for president. That's it. And how many people are running for president anyway? 250 years. There was only 47 of those. So it's insignificant. The only thing you cannot be in America is president. I mean, look at Elon Musk. Remove the fact that he's a white guy, but he is African American. He is anything he wants to be in continental USA.
True.
That you cannot get it anywhere else. And it's a disservice to humanity to see Somalis misuse that opportunity, misuse that leverage. The giving of the American system is so much that it's only fair to be honest in return. It's only fair to have the best interest of the society in return. So the things that the Somalis are doing in the Somaliland of Minnesota, it's a disservice to that generosity that the American society offers to immigrants from all over the world.
And maybe the other question I have for you is, since when I was listening to you on your tour, there are a couple of topics that I could actually deduce out of it. The first one is the ability to spot and grab opportunities. The second is about hiring. The third is about how to sell, because when you're talking about who to sell to, how to understand the target market, the importance of targeting the top niche of any market is extremely important. So maybe you can just take us through how you actually spot opportunities, how you hire, how you sell. I mean, it will be an honor to hear it from the host's mouth.
The same guy I was telling you about, AJ Royan, he used to do YouTube videos. The billionaire guy. He used to do YouTube videos when I knew who he was. So I started looking him up.
Yeah.
And so I'm not gonna play it because you are on this. If I play it, you cannot hear it, but I'll send it to you separately. In one of his talks that he has given, he talked about finding a niche in an area that you are not interrupting an existing market, but you are solving a very tiny problem that the bigger market heavyweights have missed, and then capitalizing on that and make it 10x better. I'll send you that talk about him. Oh, bro, that guy is smart. And now I am discovering that when I'm in the midst of already doing what he was teaching in masterclasses. And it is identifying what did this big company miss? How can I micro-target a very small group of people from that ecosystem of that product and service? Supercharging that need and then putting a premium on it and making it 10x better. Which is what I was doing, probably, I won't say subconsciously because I was very deliberate about it. But the idea that you could not book a ride on Uber, even right now, if you book a ride on Uber, it's dependent on the availability of the drivers at that time that your ride comes due in the area to accept those rides. And if one driver accepts that ride and then cancel because of the distance, because Uber is just scanning the area to see who is available for this ride you booked tomorrow. So I had one problem, real quick, I'll tell you that problem. I booked a ride on Uber because 2 years ago, I had so many bookings for Formula One, I did not have enough cars to take care of the customers for Formula One. This just one weekend. We were swarmed by Europeans and Britons and rich Mexicans. These are people who fly private from all over the world for Formula One. And I had this specific family that is connected to my biggest client, my biggest company. My biggest client is the richest black man in America. And they had sent one of the executive who has an office in London. And it was him, his wife, his son, and his daughter. And they had paid unbelievable amount of money for the 3 days of Formula One. So I gave away the vehicles I normally use to the drivers, and I went on Turo and rented a Yukon, which is like a Suburban from the same family, a GMC. And it is 40 miles from Austin on the way to Houston. So one of my drivers took me there. I picked up the car. And then I scheduled on the Monday after Formula One for when I go to drop the car back for an Uber to pick me back and bring me back to civilization. When I dropped the car and I went on my Uber, oh yeah, your reservation is right now. Let's look for a driver for you. And it scans the area, it continue extending the radius, continue extending the radius, continue extending. There is no driver available. That is the problem I had solved without even knowing. It's the problem I'm solving. So that when you book with us, we send you a confirmation. We will be there at 4 a.m. or 4 p.m., at noon or midnight. If you land and your flight is delayed, we will monitor your flight and we will text. Don't worry about us. We will monitor your flight. Whenever you land, we will send you a text. Welcome back. We are still here for you.
I get it.
That model, one moment, real quick. I had in the back of my mind, I had that model subconsciously from 2012.
Yeah.
I was doing traveling nurses. And this family had hired me. It's an elderly couple. The husband was on hospice. That's why I was there. Way back, 2012.
Yeah.
But they had a timeshare in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. The hospice would not, number one, give them a nurse to travel out of state. And number two, if he traveled out of state, he lost the privileges of hospice. Because in hospice, you're supposed to be dying. This is respite care. So if you're traveling to your holiday vacation in Cabo San Lucas, then we cut you loose. So the woman approached me and I said, do you want to go with us to Mexico? I was like, don't finish that sentence. So they bought me a ticket. They paid me 14 hours of each day. We stayed there for 17 days. And they paid me in advance. When we go to the airport here, our small airport, the flight had left us. This guy is in a wheelchair. By the time we navigate the security, the flight to Houston, where we were going to connect, had left us. No, the other way around. We delayed on the tarmac here in Austin because of the weather. You know, the pilot say there is weather on the way. We sat on the tarmac for too long. By the time we are getting to Houston, the flight from Houston to Cabo San Lucas had left us. So we did not go. We went and stayed in a hotel. No, we did not stay in a hotel. They booked us on a different flight, but it was not going to Cabo San Lucas direct. It was going to Mexico City. By the time we navigate Mexico City, get on another smaller flight to Cabo San Lucas, it's 1 a.m. The resort had a shuttle that is wheelchair accessible for us. But we were supposed to get there during the day. But now we just looped through Mexico City, got on another flight to Cabo San Lucas. We get there at 1 o'clock, and the same assigned guy that was supposed to pick us up at 1 p.m. is there at 1 a.m. It's an hour and a half ride through the desert of Baja, Mexico, from the airport to Cabo San Lucas. That guy was still there from the resort. So that thing stayed with me from 2012. That is a problem I need to solve, that if things go wrong in the delay of the flights, I need to keep the customers at peace and at ease, knowing that no matter what time they come, we will monitor that flight and we will be there when they need us. So that's some of the things that I plugged in.
And it also makes sense, therefore, that the ideal client profile for that kind of a service has got to be someone of means. Because if it's someone who's not of means, they will not, they'll sort of cut corners in terms of luxury and punctuality and peace of mind, etc. So it makes sense why you're targeting the top of the top.
That's why you will hear AJ Royan saying, target a very small group of people who can afford a premium product, and more importantly, are seeking for that premium product.
Exactly.
Charge them 10x the alternative, and they will be loyal to you forever.
Exactly. And actually, it actually brings out another point of what you call the power. That 20% of any subset of a group of people or a group of plants, whatever it is, produces more than 80% of the output. So if you have so many clients, rather than serving so many clients, just focus on these premium people.
Yep.
Who will make up for the entire 80% of the output. And it's actually a problem I see where our founders are sort of targeting so many clients, and it ends up most of these clients actually don't bring in as much as the 20% that you're ignoring.
And when you're dealing with that level of clientele, they solve up your problem that you did not even know that somebody else can solve for you. And I'll give you a very quick example. When I was growing the wine tour company, it's a separate company from the Blacker.
Yeah.
I had to do a lot of advertisement on Yelp and Google. A lot. Sometimes it was almost that they are taking 25% of the money you make from the customers they said you. And the problem with Yelp and the demographic that we are serving in the wine tour industry, it's bachelorettes girls between the age of 21 and 25.
Yeah.
They are looking for the cheapest deal.
Yes.
They are not loyal customers. They are not repeat customers. They will not come back to you next time one of their girls is also having a bachelorette. They will go back to Yelp and look for a deal. Which is now why Yelp is very good at connecting you with those one-timers. But you cannot transition them from customer to client. It's very hard. They're very volatile people. Now, with the 10X, those customers are the ones telling their friends and their business associates and their companies and their executive assistants that now this is the people you send. This is where you go get the service. All the private airports that we have, they said their customers to me. I can't remember the last time I advertised anything. I get a phone call or a text message say, I got your number from this FBO. This is our private jet tail number. This time, can you come for us? And the good part of that is those people do not discuss price, because whoever referred them to me communicated value, not price, on my behalf. So now the budget for advertisement is completely gone. I never have to pay thousands of dollars to Yelp or Google or even keep a Google page. I don't have a Google page. I deserted them. I don't need them. I don't want them. And especially because they are going to give me the wrong customers. I don't want budget customers.
I get it.
I don't want them.
So your mode of distribution by and large is word of mouth.
Yes. People who know people who know people who know people who know people. They put me, bro. They put me in neighborhood WhatsApp groups. It's called, one of them is called Gentlemen's WhatsApp group. This is where these men from very affluent neighborhood, people who are living in houses worth $10 million, they have a group, and every problem is solved inside of that WhatsApp. My name is in there.
I follow.
In places that I don't know exist, and I'm never invited to them. But my name, somebody puts my name in there. That is the power of 10X. You familiar with Grant Cardone?
Yes.
He preaches exactly the same message of 10X. The formula is the same. The formula for success is the same. It's just different people, different languages, different packaging. But the message is always going to be the same. Grant Cardone message is precisely what I'm saying to you right now.
I get it. And actually brings me to a certain video I've seen of someone who was talking about how a restaurant can actually multiply its clients. And it was saying that when someone comes in for the first time, you give them a different kind of tablecloth so that you can bring in the best food, the best service. You can even give them more food, and then you can tell them when you come back the second time, we have this offer for you because you're coming for the second time. And of course, you give them free food. Then the third one, and then the fourth one. But the fourth time, statistics show that if someone comes to your restaurant 2-3 times, it's highly likely that they will come back, and they will come back with a friend as well.
There you go.
So the cost of advertising literally goes towards this food that you're giving them. And of
100%.
And of course, by dint of you providing this excellent service, excellence as a way of compounding.
Yeah.
And that's why I always tell people in my department, hey, please ensure you do things excellently, because it has a power of compounding all through your life and across all the sectors of your life somehow.
100%. Whether it's locally here in America, when I'm traveling the country, or it's when I'm going to the UK, I ask people who have been there to recommend to me the best places to go to. And especially when I'm with my son, because my son loves steak. So I ask like my executive customers who have been to London for business, what restaurants do they go to? And those restaurants are the ones I'm going to put on the first or the second day before my son starts looking for a burger. We're going to hit those ones that were recommended. I would not have known about them if I not asked people who have been there before. The place is Omer. It's a restaurant in Fairmount, in Mayfair.
Yeah.
Omer is a Michelin star. There is another one that is named South American. It's right there by Hyde Park. We hit that one the very first day we recently went to London. There is the one on top of the Motorola building in central London. At the very top, I cannot remember the name of them at the from the top of my head. Somebody recommended it. I would not have known how to find it. At the very top, at the rooftop of the Motorola building in London, if somebody had not been there and recommended it to me. So those people never needed to advertise for me to see them, because those advertisements happen. Once you buy a ticket to London, once you buy a ticket to the train, then all those things start flowing in, recommendations.
Yes.
But somebody is carrying their name in places they have never been to in Texas. That's how that world works.
I get it. Yeah. And have you ever been in a situation where you fired a client, like a client you realize they're not your ICP, or they sort of humble around the price?
Yes. If the conversation starts with how much, that's not my client.
So have you had those kind of conversations before? Like, how do you structure them?
Oof. You know, I'm not a nice person, right? So I don't know how to be nice. And it's a very few of them, but I remember very clearly one guy I told, the kind of customers I serve do not talk about price. I am not sure who sent you, but that should have been taken care of in the referral conversation that made you reach me, because people don't find me on Yahoo. People don't find me on Google. People find me from people they know. Which also brings us to this topic. People do business with the people they know, not the people who know them. I do not do business with people I know. The people who know me do business with me. So that person recommended you to me.
Yes.
This conversation about price is because you are a low baller. And what I do now, to answer your question, I send them to my website. If the conversation started about price, chances are those people are not going to buy that product if I send them to the website, which is what I want. I don't want dead weight around me. No. I took recently, this year actually, after I came from Kenya, we took somebody. Well, we went to Dallas, North Dallas, in another little town outside Dallas, very far away from Dallas. And we picked up this lady, brought her to her grandchildren in Austin. And then 3 days later, we picked her up and took her back to that place. She normally flies private. She flies private. That exact route, she flies private. The minimum you can pay per hour is $3,000 per flight hour. The kind of little planes she flies are not comfortable. That's why she was opting to sit behind as SUV for 3 hours each way. Well, it is $2,500 for that trip on the road. But she had a problem with that. And I am there biting my tongue because her relative is my customer. She is a secondary customer through the private airport. Before I knew that she is the mother to my customer. The private airport suggested her to me because she normally flies very tiny little airplanes. So why are you having a problem paying 2,500, but you pay 6,000 on the same journey, but through the air? And the reason you're coming here is because the little planes are not as comfortable as a premium SUV. So the price is 2,500. So she goes and engineers her daughter, and the daughter calls me to have that conversation. And I'm like, so because I know what social engineering is happening, I not respond to the daughter. I put them on a group message. And that ended that conversation because now the group message is calling them out. I know what you're doing. Now the two of you are here in a message. Sema ile kitu ulikuwa unasema kwangu mbele ya mama yako. That's how that story ended. We took them to the airport the other day. It was just shit testing. But I never get caught up in the conversation about price. From the get-go, then you're not my customer. Something is missing here. So when this lady is coming from the private airport, and now all of a sudden she has a problem paying 2,500 for a return trip, which is a solid 6 hours for her, which is 12 hours for my driver and my cars, because we have to go and come back empty. Why are you having a problem paying 2,500?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. So the first conversation is about the value that you're providing.
Exactly. Never get caught up talking about prices. It's a trap. It's a trap. Communicate value. Communicate value through and through. Even when the conversations go to price, return it back to value. We had that very good conversation here with a young guy named Kapendo. He's a photographer, a very successful photographer here on this thing. What is it called? TikTok. And he has crafted a way of eliminating price conversations by sending customers to fill up a form. Tell me everything you need in this form. Then we can price those things inside the a la carte that you have selected from the menu. Because in Kenyan culture, and you're going to agree with me, somebody comes and say, I want a table. Mesa ni pesa ngapi? Ya viti gapi? Ya viti ine. Ni dining table. Sio kubwa, ya viti ine. Then you name the price. Now you're already in the trap. Then she changes the size of the table. Now it's a little bit bigger table, but with 4 seats. Na nikichagua hii kubwa na viti bado ine. Now you are playing in her game. I'm imagining that hustler, price hustler is a woman. Then you give a different price. Si umenirukia sana. Hii size kitu kidogo tu umeongeza na hata sijaongeza viti. So now that conversation become about that. And then she moves away from the 4 seats to 6 seats. How about hii meza lakini viti 6? Now she's calculating the cost of 1 chair divided by 4 chairs versus the cost of 1 chair divided by 6 chairs. She's doing your job now.
I get it.
Never go down that route, bro. You cannot win that conversation about price.
I get it. Yes. I get it. So another key topic that you also spoke about with E-Auto. So you said that you used to hire so many drivers.
Bro, I have not eaten lunch. Don't mess my stomach, please. Don't talk about Don't talk about blacks and Africans in America as workers. Please, please, I have not eaten lunch.
So the question is, like, how to assess and how to hire. I think it's very, very it's an underrated topic when it comes to entrepreneurship. And of course, you've done it so many times, so you must have like a framework of how to hire, how to promote, and also how to fire when it comes to that.
I got very lucky 2017, when my company was going big time. My nephew showed up here from Washington, D.C. with a brand new Suburban. Oh, bro, he saved me. Bro, we worked like donkeys in 2017. And we solidified a lot of quality customers. Quality customers. He would carry a stack of my business cards, and every customer he interacted with, he would give them my card. We transformed a lot of his Uber customers into my clients. A lot of them, a big-time billionaire was one of those people. And he is a better human being interacting with humans than I am. So he was the one recruiting people to work. And some of these people were Nigerians, and they were Kenyans, and they were Somalis, and whatever. And we very quickly learned that you cannot build with the fellow black people. I don't have the language to say something sweeter. So that's exactly what I mean. You cannot build anything with black workers because they are calculating how much you are making, not what they are making. I'm paying these people 3 times the alternative. To date, my model is still paying these people more than 3 times what they would otherwise make, including Black Americans. Before I had the premium sedan, the S550, I can't remember if my nephew was here or not, but we contracted a guy who had S550, a Black American, and we sent them to the most premium customers. And out of the blue, he would say, man, these customers of yours that you send me to, how do you get them? How do you get them? And then he came to realize through my customers that he's trying to recruit my customers to be his clients. We sent another guy, an Indian, a Native American Mexican mixed guy, to pick up an elderly couple. I've given this story before, in a sedan at the private airport. And he gave his own business card to these clients, not knowing that these clients are just parents of my client. Okay. So they reported it to their daughter, and the daughter told her executive assistant to put me in the know in an email of what transpired. So the question of how do I hire and fire is that easy. Once you realize you have somebody like that, you fire them. Once you get somebody good, you keep them. I couldn't keep my nephew for long because he had big dreams of himself. Now he has a fleet of 18-wheelers in Atlanta, Georgia, doing extremely well because of the same business model of knowing how to cater for the customer's needs. But I found my niche in non-black immigrants. Again, mimi sijui kuongea. Non-black immigrants. Perfect combination. I can go to London for a month. I can go to Kenya for 6 weeks. I was in Kenya for a month in December. Nothing went sideways, except just a little bit of a little guy overwhelmed. His name was Jesus. Jesus did not show up. But that was the only problem. We even took a heart to San Antonio. We transport human hearts and livers and kidneys and spleen, I think it's called, pancreas. I have a company that deals with human organs. I'm not joking. And when I was in Kenya, that group transported a human heart to San Antonio.
Wow.
But it has to be the right people. The right people. And you have to be in concert with your clients. Your relationship has to be open enough for them to give you not just the good feedback, but the bad feedback. We had a white guy that was working out of desperation. And we had this female client, a smart, like out of space, aerospace genius. She's a doctor in that technology. She's contracted by the Space Force of the United States, the fourth arm of the armed forces. And she gave us a very valuable feedback on one white boy that was working for us. This is when my nephew was here. And that was such an eye-opener. That was very early on. Every time I said somebody that my customer had never had a contact with, I circle back and ask them, how was it with this person? Every single time, without fail. And that lady, a doctorate lady, Dr. Kwan, she gave me the most valuable assessment of that white boy. That saved me a lot of headache. So you just eliminate those people quick. There is no time to worry around about a decision like that. And then you get the good ones to bring in the good ones they know. So I have drivers I've never met. I know them by name, but I've never met them. They probably know how I look like, but I've never met them, because my contact is with my lead employee. He is the one who brings the good ones to me.
I get it.
Yes.
So you have a manager that recruits others and also
And
enhances performance.
And because I pay them with a 1099, a contract form, IRS form, I never have to know anything about them. They know the CPA who creates the 1099s for them. I've never met them. Seriously. Sometimes we are overwhelmed by the private airport when you have this company that carries maybe 12 executives and they are adding together in a big jet. So we will congregate there, 10 of us. Then, so you are the so and so. So you are the Jesus. So you are the Jesus. So you are whoever. But otherwise, I never interact with them.
Oh, wow. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So that's how that thing works, bro. It's magic. It's pure magic.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And when you, of course.
So, subiri kidogo. Potomaina is asking me, what was the feedback on the white guy? Dr. Kwan told me, when I asked her bluntly, how was it? She told me he carried an attitude to suggest that what he was doing was beneath him and he had better things to do, and he's just doing this temporary. He had a scented candle business that he was running from home with his wife. And so that is the yappy conversation that was happening with my client in the backseat about the things he is doing. And so this one here is beneath him. So Dr. Kwan communicated that to me very well. And that was the last time I saw that guy. I have fired customers to save my good employees.
Okay. Example?
I have this client who is a widow to what we would call assistant governor of Texas of long time ago. He was the assistant governor to George W. Bush way back. Now he died. The wife was somehow connected to us, became our customer. One time he was very, very unsettled in her own life and her own emotions, whatever it was. And I sent a customer there, and she was taking British Airways to London, and it was delayed. And so she sent the customer back and the driver back. And then we normally don't monitor outbound flights. Now we started monitoring that flight. So when it was due, I said, hey, now the updated time is this. We are going to come back, pick you up. She did not want that guy to go back. She wanted me. So she carried that attitude. And when we dropped her at the airport, she texts me telling me that we dropped her in the wrong place. I'm like, it's British Airways, flight number 191. I know where it parks. I have done a million of their rides. British Airways had contacted me to carry their staff and pilots. I know exactly where they are. We dropped you in the right place. So her attitude was because the driver was of a particular accent. So she labeled him as he does not even speak a whim of English. I told her that ride was free, but look for another service. I can look at the text message, and it's going to read exactly what I just told you.
So these people who say that the client is always right.
Never. 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 Never.
I get it. So you have to sift the feedback to read out bad clients.
Here is the message. This is many years ago. When was this? 2022. This is the only one I can remember I have fired. He dropped me off at JetBlue. Do you know where KLM is? So it was not British Airways, it was KLM, going to the same place in London. I need him to come back and take me to the South Terminal, which is a no-no. South Terminal is for budget airlines, small airlines on the south side. This is the biggest flight to Europe. It is in the main terminal. I told her KLM is not in the South Terminal, but I hope all is well. So I responded 36 plus 7, 42 minutes later. And then she said, George, can you call my husband and get him to tell you what I went through? I am not going to pay for the service I did not get. I will pay half the amount.
Wow.
I told her, you can keep your money. Please get another logistic provider. Good luck. And then she said, yes, I will. After all the businesses we have given to you, didn't know you were like this. Now you know. This lady sent a Nobel Prize winner that discovered the cure for a form of cancer to me, Dr. Allison. He is the head doctor in the cancer department. Well, MD Anderson is for cancer. He is the big doctor there. Dr. Allison, he won a Nobel Prize with another doctor for coming with a therapy for a certain cure. I have been to that doctor's house. She sent them to me. I made $3,800 on a one-way trip to that guy's house. But that cannot buy disrespect. That cannot buy emotional outburst that is baseless. And because I cannot afford to entertain this behavior, cut it loose. It is best to cut an area that is infected and let the big wound heal, instead of trying to cure that small spot, and then it eats the rest of your foot to the point where you are getting your foot amputated. I do not want to get to a place where I'm. And this is now where people in bad marriages get it wrong. You keep trying to manage a dysfunctional relationship, and you stay there for so long, it is impossible to leave. And then on top of it, you add children, you add relationships, you add interactions, and now it becomes such a complex situation for you to solve. Now you are in a bad relationship you cannot get out of. But the moment you notice the attitude has changed. Bro, I dumped a girl for snapping her tongue on me. She's probably here watching. Just saying, that was it. You're out. If I entertain that, then it eats something else. Eat something else. Eat something else. Before I know it, I'm getting slapped across my face by a 22-year-old girl. No, was enough. She was out. I know kama anasikiza sahi anajishuku sana. She tried to say, oh, it is quite hilarious that I get dumped when I'm emotional because of my period. Yes, but you're going to have periods 28 days from now. How am I going to manage you in your emotional state if you don't have emotional intelligence? That's how people stay in bad marriages. People like Jogush. Because they entertained the very first sign of disrespect. This woman have sent me clients that are still my customers to date. Women her age, in her demographic, in her circle. They are still my customers, but she's out. It is that simple. If it's not going anywhere, stop forcing issues. Get out of it. So I protected my employee against this outburst, this bad behavior, because tomorrow, now if I relent, then she get to choose and pick who is going to be offering the service. Because in essence, she does not want anybody else. She just wants me. Now, what happens when I'm in London? What happens when I'm in Kenya? What happens when I'm in Mexico? What happens when I'm in Wyoming? What happens when I'm watching my newest baby come into the world in a maternity ward? Now I have to choose and pick whether to go give her a ride or to hold the head of my newborn baby? No, she cannot pick and choose those options for me. I choose those options for myself. So I kick her out. Whether she is my 2-year girlfriend or she's the mother of my child number 9. It is not going anywhere after this. There is no delusion. There is no trying. Stop forcing issues. Cut out. Whether it's a relationship in the social world or in the economic world, if an employee, an employer, whoever it is, don't ignore the first sign. Because then you will lose control. I am not about to lose control of anything. I'm a control freak. That's why I stay sober. Control freaks don't drink. I don't even know why I said that.
Yeah, also don't drink.
Are you a control freak?
I've never drunk even once.
I am a control freak, bro. And nothing go by me. Nothing. I am the most self-aware, ear on the ground, nose in the air, finger in the air kind of person. That's how I get to learn customers. That's how I get to learn their needs and preemptively solve them before they knew they had them. And then charge big bucks. If I lose that to an emotional being who is past menopause, what am I doing to myself? I'm going to enable a monster that I cannot manage. No. Nobody's going to die. I guarantee you. You, me, anybody, nobody's dying. But you are out. And it's final. No discussion. I didn't know you were like this. Now you know. Bro, go Google my company. Read the review of one deranged woman there. A whole different story. Her son books a service through the private airport. Then they indicated in an email that they have car seats. And I said emphatically, we do not offer car seats. Because when I used to offer car seats, I would charge more than it costs for you to go to Walmart and buy yourself a car seat. I would charge $100 for a car seat. So I stopped doing it. I told him emphatically, I am not offering car seats. Okay, we'll find out what to do. Then the father-in-law picks up the phone and call me. Bro, if you're not on the phone, I would play that tape. I recorded that conversation. Ugly conversation. I've played it multiple times on X. Ugly conversation. Ugly. Bro, I have no holds. I don't know. I told you, I don't know who you are, but the person who booked is this person. That's my son-in-law. I told him we are not going to offer car seats. Well, you need to write me an email. I say, no. I am not your hard down grandfather's slave. I am not your grandfather's slave handed down to you. I'm not going to do any of that. And you, I don't know who you are. Oh, we are going to report you. You know, we got your name. They have had a very high recommendation at the private airport. I say, that is a you problem. Go tell them to stop recommending me because I refuse to offer you a service and I'm going to cancel you. He go cry to his bitch and the bitch tried to call me. I refused to answer. She left a long message saying, you need to apologize to my husband, my weakly low emotional husband, because of the way you spoke to him. I say, I was not drunk. I meant every word of it. I am very well connected. I'm going to write bad reviews on everywhere. I said, knock yourself out. Let me see. Do your worst are the actual words I used. Do your worst. And then I called her Karen. There we go. Let's see. I am really sorry if you happen to have had a difficult and stressful day. Now, that's gaslighting. Now she's writing to me in defense of her husband that I don't know and was not my customer. However, I'm not happy about the way my husband was treated today Before we get into this, please understand I am a blogger and I will let the whole world know what happened on Instagram, on Facebook, on WhatsApp, on TikTok, and definitely Google reviews. I will also notify the private airport who referred us to you. I don't want to spend all the time on it, and I'm sure your company does not need that exposure, but I will. I would hate to come down there and do a vlog about our experience. I hope you understand that correcting the problem, or at least apologizing, will go a long way. Do good things and have a great day, Jennifer. My response: do your worst, Karen.
What does Karen mean?
Karen is a white woman who is entitled, and she puts her nose in places where she does not belong, because she is riding on the color of her skin and her white womanness.
I get it.
So she went on my wine company and put a big episode, a manifesto. And so I picked it up, took a screenshot, and sent it to her. I'm petty like that. I asked her, is this the best you could do? She responded, oh, no, not at all. Is this what you have found so far? After all this time, I almost feel sorry for you. What happened to you to be such a hateful person? Divorced? I imagine. Lonely? And scrolling the internet to see what people stood up to your bullying? You poor thing. I responded with, you have all the time. Keep boxing your own shadow. My life is peaceful and fulfilling because I refuse to entertain negative energy into it or into my business. Best year so far. That was the last I heard of her. Bro,
Okay.
Mimi is your bro. You should listen to the voice notes that I communicated with the husband. I'll send it to you. I cannot play it when you are on the phone.
I get it.
But that's how I deal with that shit, bro. No. I will sign off the ownership of the company to you before I do what you are telling me to do. I will give it away to you before I rent to your gaslighting. Mimi sio wenu. You are not my customer. You are telling me that you are going to go to the FBO and tell them because they are the ones who referred you to me. You think they referred you to me because of my bad name or because of my good name? How significant do you think your outburst is to that good name? Do not overestimate your importance. But how many people have the arrogance of saying those kind of things, which should be said?
True.
I'm not about to grow a monster that I cannot manage. I am not going to entertain that nonsense. And that whole trip was worth thousands of dollars. It was a round trip. Thousands of dollars. But there is no price big enough for disrespect. There is no price big enough for being treated as subservient. That's why I told that guy, I am not your hard-down father's slave from the 50s. You got me fucked up.
So I understand that you should never take shit from anyone. It hurts your soul.
It's not sustainable. That is the whole point. If nobody catches what is going on here, forget about my arrogance, forget about my attitude. Just catch this. It is not sustainable.
Oh, okay.
And something just came to my mind. We go back to your life, how you started with your girlfriend. She came to you and demanded an apology for what she perceived to have been a bad treatment inside of your business.
True.
The moment you relented, she became a monster, not just to the company, to you. You get the point now?
I do.
Yes.
I get it.
If when she was just a customer, you had told her to go fuck herself, you'd have dealt with the repercussion of go fuck yourself. You, and I'm saying this because that story is public on episode 49, right?
Yeah.
You offered to treat her better by even taking her for lunch, for dinner.
True.
Then a week later, she turned on you and said, how disrespectful of you. You never even asked me for a proper date. Now you are back-footed from that point on. Now you are working to satisfy her outburst. And we all know how bad that ended.
True.
Cut the wood, deal with healing the exposed flesh, but don't manage that wood. It's going to end up cutting your foot. That's how I look at it, and I don't know any other way. I know most of people know a better way. Go do that good way over there. Me, as I told Karen, best year ever. So probably that was 2023 or something. But I never have to deal with Karen, and nothing ever stopped. Nothing. New customers every week from the same spot where she had gotten my referral. I show people videos of me going to reward those girls with words of $100 notes every so often, and a bottle of wine. Those girls, they do the job for me. That bitch was never my customer. That's how I do things. It works for me. Don't do like me. Do the way they work for you. 10x. It's a very small group of people. I told the guys the other day, there is no price low enough for a bad service. And so therefore, there is no price high enough for a dissatisfied customer. Cut them loose before they infect your model. Yeah.
In other words, what you're trying to say is there are people who you can never satisfy, no matter how good the service is.
Bro,
and it's not about
how well did you satisfy that woman who first walked into your business and then ended up in your bed? You didn't satisfy in business, you didn't satisfy her in bed, and not because of your shortcomings.
Say no more.
Say less, huh?
Say no more.
Bro, no, you cannot manage a problem. Eliminate the problem, deal with the repercussions, and then move on. That problem will linger longer. It will become your main thing, dealing with the problem. I saw a video of these entitled white girls who go in a fancy restaurant and they have a camera in front of them because they want to record that food. And whatever she had asked, it's a little bun with some ham, and then a poached egg is supposed to sit squarely on top because she only was interested in brogging that arrangement of the eggs. So it is 2 eggs, 2 little buns, some piece of meat, and then the poached eggs are supposed to sit squarely on top. When they came, one of them had fallen off. So she's there arguing with the server. And she's telling her, if I'm going to try to put this egg on top, if it doesn't, if it scrabbles, you'd have to go and give me another meal. You call the manager. And the woman said, I am the manager. And then when she tried to put the egg on top, because her interest is not to eat, her interest is to block the arrangement of the food. Then the real manager came and told her to get the fuck out of her restaurant, of his restaurant. End of story. Problem solved. Then she go and post that nonsense, and people get on her. People cannot relate with her nonsense. People are going to turn on her and her entitlement. But that problem is solved. That restaurant went on. Oh, she was telling them, you need to take this and give it to somebody else and bring me a breakfast with the eggs sitting squarely on top of the fucking shit. Get the fuck out of here. Umboe. There is no price too high for a dissatisfied customer. Yes, Mr. Loco Dick, Loco Greek, Loco Geek. No. 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 And you have to be conscious enough to know that yesterday you were doing just fine before this human being showed up. Tomorrow you'll be just okay without a Karen in your life. Get the Karen out of the equation. Karen is a cancer. She's coming to destroy. I will not change those words in a different lifetime. I will stand by those words. I put them in an email on purpose as a constant reminder for her and for me that this is the standard moving forward. The private airport never brought it up. So she must have been a horrible human being even there.
That's true. That's true. That's true. And one thing I've realized about those Karens is that the reputation actually precedes them. They are known for that.
If you entertain a toddler when they are throwing a tantrum, they will never stop throwing a tantrum. When my daughter was 3 years old, I was working at Tuskys in Hakati, on Hakati branch, just right there by the corner of KBS. And we had the clothing store upstairs. And because we never had a day off, they would be the ones coming to visit him in Nairobi. And one time they came and they went upstairs, and my daughter comes screaming. I'm the cashier. Screaming, crying. I said, stop crying. Tell me exactly what you want. There is something I wanted up there. I called the manager. The manager gave me permission. We went up there. And there was something behind the counter that she wanted. I can't remember what it was. I said, this is what I wanted. Okay. You can have it. What was the point of screaming? Did the screaming give you this thing? Or did you speaking in full sentences give you this thing? Me speaking in full sentences. I say, learn that. And never throw a fit again when you need something. Communicate with your words. 3 years old. Probably she doesn't remember this. I'll cut this video and send it to her. That was the head of tantrum. I mean, it was either that or I throw her through the window. Pick and choose. Which one do you want? Mimi sio wenu. I'm just your father. Sinilete. She is the most logical woman I know. From the age of 3 to today. She understands my logic disability. She knows with me there is no emotion. I don't know what to do with tears. I don't know what to do with emotional outburst. Logic, we can stay here until the chicken wake up tomorrow morning. But emotions, I don't know what to do with them. Smartest girl I know. But if I had entertained that outburst, then in Kikuyu we say, atakujenga nyumba ya ghorofa. You know that saying in Kikuyu, right?
No, which one is that?
Atakujenga nyumba ya ghorofa. Like she will build on that win she had. Now she knows she can manipulate you with tears. Now she knows she can manipulate you by roaring on the floor and making a scene in public. Bro, I have a sister, my little sister. When her daughter was little, the daughter now is probably maybe 19. She's a year older than my son. She used to tell me that they would go to town, like central downtown Nairobi, and the daughter would cry over something, and my sister would cross the street and leave her there. Now she's on the other side of Tomboya, and she's there throwing a fit to herself, and people would be looking around like, which little girl, whose little girl is this one? My sister just removed herself from that situation. She just had to do that twice, and my little niece learned that lesson very quick. You throw a fit in front of mama is going to disown you. I guess it is in the blood. My mother raised 9 children. There was no room for nonsense. So I guess that's where it came from. My sister would tell me I would just pretend in the middle of the supermarket. I don't know who this child is. People would be looking around like, whose child is this one? And she's looking at her blank. Who is this crying girl holding on to my skirt? I don't know who they are, because my child would not throw a fit in a supermarket of a candy. This one here, I don't know them. It took just 2-3 incidents, and the daughter was like, hiya. So that's how I handle bad situations, whatever they are. That's how I was able to get myself out of a very bad relationship. I would be the Ganovias of 2026 right now. I would be broken and emasculated and following behind like your fathers, like your uncles, like your older brothers, completely subdued by a bitch they can no longer control. One incident, and I was like, you don't need to show me anything else. This is the future, and I don't want part of it. You don't need to take a full glass of ocean water to determine that that water is salty. One sip is enough. One sip of a bad situation is enough to tell you the rest of the water in the cup and the entire ocean is salty. That's how I do things. Why are we here? What was that question about? What question am I answering?
No, I'd ask you a question about. So I now understand that firing clients extends to more than just a client. It could even be, any situation whatsoever. The same principles kind of apply.
The ramifications of it are so expensive. So expensive. You cannot afford to keep that customer. At all. At all. Especially in service industry. Like logistics and restaurants, these consumables, these instant consumables. No, don't tolerate that. And this is just me. This is just me. Yeah.
So we are now like 9 minutes to midnight. So I just had one final question for you, and then maybe you can also ask me the question. my question was, there's this video you produced where you said that you went to the States when you were, in your 30s.
20s, 29.
Too late.
29.
Yeah, 29.
Yes.
But I think you turned 30. When
I turned 30
Yeah.
5 days after leaving John Paul's house. Yes.
Yeah. So I remember you saying, too late, but here you are. So I'm sure a lot of your audience are like, guys who faced, severe character development in their 20s, and then now, some of them could be giving up etc. So I know for sure that that's not true. A man can always reinvent himself, but of course you can just expand that point, further.
There is a verse in the Bible about David. The enemies had come when David and the warriors were not home, and they had kidnapped women and children, and they had killed all the animals, and they had burnt down the houses. And when David and the warriors came back, there was devastation. The Bible quote that I'm looking for, it says, and David encouraged himself in the Lord. Are you an Allahu Akbar Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Do you know that Bible verse?
No.
I'll find it. I will find it. Because I want to quote exactly the conversation he had with God. First Samuel chapter 30, verse 6. Oh, somebody had found it before me. Event photographer in Nairobi. David encouraged himself in the Lord when his followers spoke of stoning him after the Amalekites burnt Ziklag and kidnapped their families. Despite being in deep distress and losing everything. Remember, the people had turned on him, even though even him himself had lost. But you know what they say, the buck stops with me? Ultimately, I'm the one who is responsible. That was the leadership of David. David actively sought God's strength, prayed for direction, and found comfort in his relationship with God rather than dwelling on despair. The conversation in another translation of the Bible and say, and David inquired of the Lord and asked God, if I pursue my enemies, do you guarantee me that I am going to overtake them? And the Lord said, you are not only going to overtake them, you are not only going to get back what you lost, you are going to take what belongs to the enemy and you're going to bring it back. And that's what he did. He pursued the Amalekites, overtook them, recovered the women and the children and the livestock they had stolen, and then invaded their territories and took their women and their children and their livestock and brought it back. What was the question? What was the question? Do you remember what your question was?
Yes. Yes, so the question was people who feel like they're giving up, in their 20s. I remember that was part of that video, asking why people are doing that. But I think your answer is
Yes.
akin.
Yes. If you dwell on the loss, if you wallow in the defeat, if you stay down at the bottom, then you're missing an opportunity to rebuild, to regain, to overcome, to build, to come back up.
Beautiful.
Again, that is why majority of married men are still staying in bad relationships. They are wallowing in the loss of the intimacy, of the respect, of the leadership, of the masculinity. And then they give themselves reason as to why they cannot change the direction of the relationship. And then they stay there. They die at the age of 40 and they get buried at the age of 83 in a bad relationship, beaten down, broken, defeated, emasculated, disrespected, disregarded, dismissed, dead on the outside, dead on the inside. You see them every time on Sundays, wearing the shoes with 6 patched up holes, with crooked mismatched suits, and wearing a belt around their waist that have 6 adjustment holes on it. Because that's how many metamorphoses that they have taken in their own life. Every year, they add another hole on that belt. Because they settled. David's own army turned against him, even though he also had lost a wife and children, even though his own house was burnt, even though his own sheep and cattle and camel were raided. But David did not stay in that misery. David did not look for an excuse. David did not move himself into a victim. David did not conform to the blame game of the people in his inner circle. David remembered 2 things. These are not the enemies. The enemy is out there. Your woman is not the enemy. I said the other day, women do not stay in a bad relationship. Women keep you there in a bad relationship to punish you for your weakness. That woman is getting fucked out there. That woman, in most cases, is getting children with other men out there. That woman is living a very happy life away from you. And then she come home and punish you with misery and bring children and pregnancies from another man for you to raise, because her duty is to punish that weakness in you. That woman is not your enemy. The conditioning of the society is the enemy. The enemy is out there. Get out of a bad relationship and conquer that narrative. Get out there and change that narrative that a man should stay in a bad relationship. Go and change that. Go and reclaim your years. Go and reclaim your masculinity. Go and reclaim your manhood. Go and create a better situation for your children. If you stay in this bad relationship, you are not only doing you disservice, you are doing a disservice to your children, because they are going to grow up watching you defeated, beaten down, broken, emasculated, subservient to their mother. Create a better situation where they can come and see your strength and see your greatness and seek your protection and care. The woman is not your enemy. The enemy is the societal construct that has created that environment. Do not accommodate that. Do not adapt. Do not adapt to that situation. David did not wallow in his loss. The second thing he did, he inquired of the Lord, and he got God's guarantee that he is going to get victory. Your question was, how can I be that person at the same time be this person? Because I changed the narrative. Because I walked away from a bad situation. I did not morph myself into a victim. I reclaimed my years. Don't look now, but I'm looking at myself in the mirror right now. I'm looking at myself in the screen right now. I look younger than I looked when I was in that situation. And I'm 24 years older on government papers. Mimi sio wenu. If you doubt anything I just said, just look at your father who is my age. There's your answer right there. Boy. Go look at your fathers who are my age. Go look at your uncles who are my age. Emasculated, defeated, drooped shoulders, following the direction of their women to go to church on Sunday. Go sit there and doze in the midst of the sermon, because the pastor is not pastoring you. The pastor have a relationship with your woman. You are there just like a prop. They are in the know. You are a non-player character in this game that is being played to emasculate you and to defeat you and to turn you into a victim, into a slave. In a relationship, they still want you to believe that you are ahead of. But there is a picture of Jesus above the seat where you sit when you're eating dinner that says Christ is the head of this family, not you. But as you approach your seat at the table, you even do Allahu Akbar cross on that picture of a white guy that took over the leadership of your home and of your woman and the conditioning of your children, all against you. I said no, just like David. And I pursued the real enemy out there, the conditioning, the messaging, the shaming language that makes men subdued into accepting this thing that they have been dealt, that they have no control over. I said no, I rejected it. So yeah, that's why I look the way I look now, in every aspect of it. An unrecognizable image of what I could have been. We can only see that in the images of your father of your fathers who are my age. It's the only way to imagine how my life could have ended up. We joke around it with my daughter. We create scenarios with my own daughter of how my life would have ended up. I think the latest scenario was we would have bought a little 1 acre in Joro with 1 cacao and some chicken, and we would have been retired, and we would be biking the milk from the cow to the local market to sustain our lives in retirement. Beaten down. Bro, my own daughter, we are making jokes around it because now we can afford to laugh at ourselves. Because we are looking at the alternative of how life could have been. The tragedy is, that is the reality for men my age. The one we are joking about with my daughter, that is the reality. We are actually joking about it because we can see a comparable alternative of how my life would have ended up. I said no. I looked at that woman in the eye and I said, you want to tell me there is a devil in hell and a God in heaven that says that this now is my portion for the next 70 years of my life. I'm going to die at 32 and get buried at 79. Nimekataa. It would have been a disservice to myself. It would have been disservice to my children, even the one I didn't have at the time. It would have been a disservice to the community, the society, and the country I serve through my companies. It would have been a disservice to the tax government where I pay my taxes, to the people that I am able to employ and they in return take care of their own families, to the places I have been to the food I have eaten, to the joy, to the trips, to the laughter, to the greatness, to the happiness that I've been able to accumulate through that very difficult introspective decision that I made, even when I did not have the information that I have now. But that much I knew. This cannot be it. But now, look at somebody like Jugosh. He's been hauled around in videos to strangers on the internet by the wife lying in his face to us that everything is good, guys. I want you to replace me with Jogosh for you to understand how my life would have turned up, because that's where Jogos is, even when he's been made to believe that he's winning inside of that dysfunctional relationship, where now he's even second-guessing the paternity of the children and the discovery of how many of those children have been flushed through the toilet. Their story, not mine. Me, I'm just a social observer. Those are the kind of things that I was able to escape by a snap of a decision. Remember when I told you I dumped a girlfriend just for saying those kind of snap decisions? Don't dwell too much on a problem. Men were created to solve problems of this world. Start by solving yours, umboi. Jean Dave anasema you could have been my neighbor in Joro. Yes, in a 1 acre of land, after taking retirement money from cooperatives and then paying for the rest of that, our children would have gone to an ordinary school and lived an ordinary life and have ordinary friends and ordinary neighborhoods and ride a bicycle, if that much. No. I saw the future. I did not like how it looked like. Just like David. I'm going to sit here while everybody is standing against me, while the conditioning of the woman is standing against me, when the society is standing against me, when the society already has a language and shaming language to put on me. If you do this, we are going to label you this way. I said, give me those labels. Give me all of those labels. Then watch me. Watch me beat all odds. There will not be this guy. There would not be this guy if I did not have the guts, if I did not care what the society is going to say, what the family members are going to say, what my friends are going to say, what the church is going to say, what your fucking African God was going to say. I did not give a shit. I knew that could not be it. Here we are now. With a Kegege house. There you go. David's men even wanted to kill him. Yes. Yes. When you hear that verse in the Bible, and David encouraged himself in the Lord and inquired of the Lord for a guarantee that if I make this decision, it will turn out better. I'll be happier, I'll be healthier, I'll be richer, I'll be more fulfilled. I'll have a better environment for my children, including of the one that I'm cutting loose. Ukisikia mimi nikisema mimi sio wenu, mimi I'm not joking. I know exactly the weight of that. Because mimi kuwa wenu is to conform to the conditioning of the society. The model husband, the model father, the model man, that defeated guy. Never. Sio mimi. Sio mimi. Go create words and labels that you have not created yet. Put them on me and still watch me shine. Unapologetically. Model of the house. We're not okay. Do you know Kikuyu? That's what's up, bro. That is what's up. Never. It can never be me, bro. It can never be me. But I say this with the holiest anger. And that narrative is never going to change. And I'm not going to consider, hey, these people, they also have feelings. They also have this. No. Did they consider me in trying to put me in the pit of hell and the abyss of nothingness? No, they did not. Me, I'm not Jesus. I'm not here to rescue anybody. Me, I'm God. I'm here to punish. And punish, I do. Mercilessly, just like God. I'm not a nice person. I'm a real person. As real as it gets. Tuhamwe.
Thank you, Watson. This was one of the best conversations, honestly, I've had in a long time, and I think we should be doing it more often.
Sasa wewe ulikuwa unaniita hapa, ulikuwa unataka kunipea part 2 of your kiokoto, and now you gaslit me to speak about myself.
No, I'm just having a combo. For sure. I also have a story to tell.
Bro, we have to pindua bao next time. It will be about you. You tell me how things have been. Have you been to Kenya since we talked?
Yeah, I'm actually in Kenya to speak.
You are in Kenya right now?
Yeah, I'm in Kenya.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm in Kenya. I'm in NBO in the office.
Is NBO is the tallest building in Westland?
No, I'm in Nairobi. I just.
Oh, okay. Oh, you said NBO, and I remember that tall building where JW Marriott is. So has the ex Mrs. Been in contact?
Yeah, but so far we've been able to separate. So the funny thing is, unbeknownst to me, one of the reasons why I think perhaps was for this relationship is that he had really transferred behind my back a certain property that he has to both of our names. So that was also used as leverage to sort of separate stuff.
You told me about it the first time we talked.
Yeah. Now there's a property we have bought together.
Yep.
And then there's another property that my dad had given to us. I don't know that I mentioned that as well.
No, you didn't mention that part. You mentioned about the car from the dad.
Yeah. So that's one.
Yeah. And
then there was also another property my dad had gifted us, unbeknownst to me. Yeah, but that has already been transferred back to him. And then I now have the car, and she has the property. So I think it was a fair deal.
So I'll give people a homework. There is a black and white video that is just voice, which is the voice note you sent me, and I think it's titled "Gentlemen, Pay Attention" or something. It's a very short video, maybe 12 minutes. It's a black and white. And then there is episode 49, which is the whole story of your story. So they will have to watch episode 49 so that the next time we are talking, they will have caught up with the continuation of the story now that you are touching on.
Exactly.
Okay? All right, man. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Really enjoyed the convo. I hope you also enjoyed yourself.
Bro, I love it. I love when people gaslight me with the right buttons.
All right, man. Have a good one, man. We'll do.
So the video, Gigi, the video is on my YouTube channel, which is IQ Watson. I am IQ Watson everywhere. You're looking for episode 49. But before episode 49, there was a voice note he sent me before, well, the one he was introducing himself to me when he wanted us to talk. And it is called, I'll look it up.
It's called Gentlemen Buckle Up. That's what it's called.
Gentlemen Buckle Up. It is dated October 1st, 2025. So probably on your ad, it's going to say 5 months ago. It's black and white. It's a shot of this space without me. Just the chair, some beautiful flowers, and this, and it's black and white. It's a short video. That is the very first time he introduced himself to me. Then there is episode 49, where the whole story is. And then when we catch up with him, an idea just got into me, but I'll tell you that in private. How we are going to do the next talk, I'll tell you that in private.
Perfect.
Episode 49 is the whole story. Then we are going to catch up from where he left. When we were talking with him in episode 49, he was in Cameroon, right?
No, I was in Benin.
Benin.
Yeah.
So we're gonna catch up from that point, and then we hit it in the ballpark. Thank you so much, my friend. I greatly appreciate your time. That was a long conversation. Let me see how long we talked.
3 hours.
3 hours, 6 minutes. Holy moly. Whoa. All right.
All right, then. Good night, man.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, my friend.
Okay, all the best.
All right.
Talk later. Bye, everyone.
Perfect. I have a beautiful song that I have created for my son, and I'll play it next and last, and we are going to be done. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful song.
Son, listen a minute. Hey son, pull up a chair, just you and me. Been watching you chase shadows down these streets. I ain't here to preach, I'm just handing you what time taught me. Free of charge from an old man who's paid plenty. If she loves you, darling, everything is free. Coffee on the porch, laughter after 3. If she don't, son, oh, everything's got a fee. Your peace, your time, your dignity. No woman alive can hand you happiness. Boy, that fire's gotta burn inside you first. If you're already smiling at the man in the mirror, she can pour sweet gasoline on the flame. But if you're running on empty, aching for 6, her you're enough. It's just a sugar hit, it fades by morning, leaves you lower than before. Now listen close, this part cuts deep. When a woman calls the simple things change, cooking supper for the one she claims, wiping little fingerprints off the door, folding socks still warm from the dryer, rocking a fever child at 4 a.m. If she calls that slavery, she ain't dreaming of a family. The sun, she's dreaming of escape. Let her have the wide open freedom she craves. Let her keep the cat, the quiet, the space. Cause a home built on, I don't know, nobody turns cold quicker than December rain. You don't need her to feel whole, you just need her to want the same life you're building. Someone who sees the dishes, the diapers, the late nights, and still chooses us over me. That's rare, boy, but it's worth waiting for. If she loves you, everything can be free. Shared glasses, shared burdens, shared history. If she don't, walk away clean. Keep your heart light, keep your standards mean. I love you, son, I watched you grow strong. Just remember, a real woman adds to your song. She don't try to rewrite it, she don't make you pay to belong. You're welcome anytime. Dad's always got coffee on. And a little more unsolicited like you want some advice whenever you need it. Take care of your own happiness first. The right one will notice it's already lit.
If this message was helpful to you, if you are informed or you are entertained, the M-Pesa number is on the top of the screen. It starts with M-Pesa 07 something 0741. Yeah, this one here 07. What is my M-Pesa number? 07410788693. Here on TikTok is on the profile. And I believe here also it's on the profile, but if it's not, it's in the comment section pinned at the top. And thank you for those who have already sent some sadaka. We are here to inform each other and share our experiences, good, bad, and ugly, so that you can pick and choose which one is helpful to you. I have a problem where my M-Pesa's names are not loading. So I don't have the current names, but I have one name that I did not mention last time. And that was this girl. I don't know if I should say her full name here. What does she call her name here? What does she call herself here? I'm very careful when dealing with women who send money because I don't know who are the men behind them and if they are comfortable with that situation. What is that girl's name? What does she call herself? Let me see. I'll find her name. What is her name here? Why can't I find her? She's a TikTok girl. I don't want to mention her real name, but there's a name she calls herself here. Anyway, she sent some money last time I was here, which was March 8th. Well, she sent it yesterday. Today is what? Oh, today is 10. Yes, March 8th, 2 days ago. Whatever her name is here, why it's not showing up? She's a Muslim girl. She had picked up the mic here. She has the Allahu Akbar Kung Fu uniform, but she never reviewed herself, but we can see in her profile picture. So she sent that money. The people before that was Kevin Otieno, somebody from Stanbink, Cheruyot Timothy, Patrick Kiptu, Alex Weru, the guy from Kuala Lumpur, Brian Bosire, somebody from NCBA Bank, a lot of money, David Kamau, and somebody from Equity Bank, a lot of money, somebody from Cooperative Bank, a lot of money, Kevin Kifuva, and Monica, James Kamau, Jeff Wangungu, Ian Kanyi, and Jeff Walusuna, and Vincent Mwangi, who is Trevor Noah. Thank you so much. Keep those sadakas coming. They are the best feedback of whether we are doing good or not. So keep them coming, and asanteni sana. Let me finish up that song. There is another style of it. I find it to be very interesting. Then we'll be Some more pesos have just come in. Thank you so much, guys, for your response. By tomorrow, the names will have populated, and I'll mention your names. Women's names, I only say one name, or I avoid mentioning the names for obvious reasons.
Listen a minute. Hey, son, pull up a chair.
We're done.
Son, listen a minute. Hey, son, pull up a chair. Just you and me. Been watching you chase shadows down these streets. I ain't here to preach. I'm just handing you a time tally. Free of charge from an old man who's paid plenty. If she loves you, darling, everything is free. Coffee on the porch, laughter after 3. If she don't, son, oh, everything's got to feed. Your peace, your time, your dignity. No woman alive can hand you happiness, boy. That fire's got to burn inside you first. If you're already smiling at the man in the mirror, she can pour sweet gasoline on the flame. But if you're running on empty, aching for a fixer, your enough is just a sugar hit. Fades by morning, leaves you lower than before. Now listen close, this part cuts deep. When a woman calls, the simple things change. Cooking supper for the one she claims, wiping little fingerprints off the door, folding socks still warm from the drive, rocking a fever child at 4 a.m. If she calls that slavery, she ain't dreaming of a family, son. She's dreaming of escape. Let her have the wide open freedom she craves. Let her keep the cat, the quiet, the space. Cause a home built on I don't know nobody turns cold quicker than December rain. You don't need her to feel whole. You just need her to want the same life you're building. Someone who sees the dishes, the diapers, the late nights, and still chooses us over me. That's where, boy, but it's worth waiting for. If she loves you, everything can be free. Share glances, share burdens, share history. If you don't, wash it down, walk away clean, walk away. Keep your heart light, keep your standards clean. Watch you grow strong. Just remember, a woman adds to your song. She don't try to rewrite it. She don't make you pay to belong. You're welcome anytime. Dad's always got coffee on. And a little more unsolicited IQ watts and advice whenever you need. Take care of your own happiness first, boy. The right one will notice it's already lit.
Thank you, guys. See you next time. Nashukuru sana.